ENDPS is committed to serve the world with knowledge, innovation, support, trust, fulfillment, and education through investigation.
The center is aimed to help the law enforcement agencies of the country, also the neighboring countries, and by providing training to law enforcement officers of other countries, which we have been doing. But then after this center is established, I think we will be able to do it in a much better way. So we are focusing many countries, people coming here for undertaking training. Training regarding the trafficking, training regarding understanding this psychology and science behind this drug, and training also as to which way to handle and how to do some on-the-spot analysis of this kind of substances whenever they come across. So this center can provide testing facility, research facilities, can provide consultancy, can also undertake examination of samples which are coming from all over the country, and we are also thinking of preparing a data bank of various opium samples, data bank of brown sugar samples, cocaine samples, any drug coming. So there will be a total data bank which will be prepared by this center, so that this can be used by any state government who are in need of this kind of information.
India is prosperous. India is leading. India is future. Prosperity and future of the society are backed by peace and security. Therefore, it is our
Ma'am, just a second. Can you just go for 1 second and I can ask something? Yeah. I don't have to take your name.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to see you all on this World Drug Day. May I invite the dignitaries on the dais? Respected Jayant Mishra, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Zonal Director Shri Ketan Patil, sir. Respected Purvi ma'am. Naveen, sir. Satish, sir. Dr. Satish Kumar. Dr. S.O. Junare will be, Campus Director Gandhinagar will be arriving soon.
A very blissful morning to everyone in the auditorium. This is Shweta Umre, and I take utmost pleasure to welcome you all today to this celebration of World Drug Day 2024. Today's event is brought to you by the Center of Excellence for Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance, National Forensic Science University, in association with Narcotic Controls Bureau. The rapidly increasing trade and consumption of drugs in the world has now become an issue that requires serious awareness, as many new dreadful terms like narco-terrorism, illicit smuggling, and money laundering have emerged that have a devastating effect on individuals, families, communities, and nations. Today's event follows the theme Uniting Science and Law Against Substance Abuse. The scientific and legal communities are the pillars of this nation. With this event, we aim to bridge the gap between scientific research and legal team, enabling meaningful conversations, sharing knowledge, and ultimately driving inspiring action to combat drug abuse on a global scale. Together, we strive towards zero-tolerance policy against drug to make India a drug-free nation. Now, to grace our event with their empowering presence today, we have our esteemed guests on the dais. We are very elated to have with us Mr. Jayant Mishra, Regional Consultant, United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, South Asia. Sir has served as an officer in the Indian Revenue Services Government of India since 1981. Prior to UNODC, Sir served as the Director General of Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Sir has held several important positions, including the Chairman of Settlement Commission, Director General GST and Systems, and Chief Commissioner Customs, Gujarat. I now request Dr. Rajesh Babu, Dean, School of Medical Legal Studies, to welcome Mr. Jayant Mishra, sir, with a token of love. Thank you, sir. We also have with us the Zonal Director of Narcotics Control Bureau, Ahmedabad, Shri Patil Ketan Baliram, sir, who has more than 20 years of experience in dealing with narcotic investigations. To welcome him, I request Dr. Astha ma'am to please give him a token of love. We have with us our beloved Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, popularly also known as the father of modern forensic. And today, to welcome him, I request Astha Pandey ma'am again, Head COEP and NDPS, to welcome sir with a token of love. Thank you, ma'am. We have on the dais with us Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am, Dean, School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, and Campus Director, NFSU Delhi. I request Disha ma'am to welcome Dr. Purvi ma'am with a token of love. Thank you, ma'am. We have Professor Naveen Chaudhary, sir, Dean of School of Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics and Campus Director, NFSU Goa. I request Ajay Soni, sir, to please welcome sir with a token of love. Thank you, sir. We also have with us today Dr. Satish Kumar, sir. We have with us today our campus director, Dr. S.O. Junare sir, Dean School of Management Studies. I request Ajay Soni sir, Deputy Director NDPS, to welcome sir with a token of love. We also have with us today Dr. Satish Kumar sir, Dean of School of Forensic Science and School of Doctoral Studies and Research and Campus Director, NFSU Bhopal. I request Dr. Surbhi Mathur ma'am, Associate Dean SFS, to welcome Satish sir with a token of love. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request all our guests to initiate our today's event by proceeding for the lighting of the lamp.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shatrubuddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir parabrahma. Deepajyotir janardanah. Deepajyotir parabrahma. Deepajyotir janardanah. Deepo hartu me papam. Sandhyadeepanamostute. O Deepa Brahma Rupasvam. Jyotisham Prabhuravyayah. O Deepa Brahma Rupasvam. Jyotisham Prabhuravyayah. Arogyam dehi putrausha. Matim swachham hi me sada. Raverastam samarabhya. Yavat suryodayo bhave. Raverastam samarabhya. Yavat suryodayo bhave. Yasya tishte gruhe deepa. Tasya nasti daritratha. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shatrubuddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir namostute. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada.
Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to invite Dr. S.O. Junare sir, Campus Director, NFSU Gandhinagar, for his opening remarks and welcome address for today's event. Sir, please.
Good morning. Respected Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Sciences University, distinguished guests who could make this prestigious event very much successful with their presence and with their blessings. On behalf of National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais for this special one-day event on the occasion of World Drug Day with the theme of uniting science and law against substance abuse. Respected dignitaries and my professors, deans, faculty members, and dear students, with the permission of all the dignitaries on the dais, I welcome you all, the audience and dignitaries and students, for celebrating this very important event at National Forensic Sciences University. As the theme is uniting science and law against substance abuse. That there is a trend now that particularly the young generation and college students are being targeted by some criminals by making some drugs available or some narcotics drugs or some illicit drugs easily available by different ways. Recently, we have seen some examples that through the parcels, through the food packets, through this, the agencies which are providing foods, so they are providing some drugs, and that incidences have been happened or found in Gujarat itself. Fortunately, with the grace of God and with the help of all faculty and students, our university is far away from these drugs, and even all our students, they are very much aware about the disadvantages and effects of drugs. At National Forensic Sciences University, the Center of Excellence in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic substance is taking care of making awareness, providing very important information, and our law department, School of Law, they are spreading awareness about legal aspects of using, consuming, selling, or having any types of drugs. So all my students, those who are here, so it is our duty that we have to spread this message that is no drugs, save life. This message should be spreaded everywhere. The students from high school level, we have to make them aware. So how these drugs are affecting the societies. So there are three major institutions. One is school, hospitals, and temples. So if you see, several illegal activities are being sponsored through these prestigious and very, we can say, pavitra institutions. So school or college or education institute is very, very important for that. And the students, they are the messenger through which we can spread the message to the society. And young generation is requested to spread the message and say no to drugs. Yesterday, we have arranged one rally through which all the students of School of Forensic Science and through this Center of Excellence in NDPS have taken part in this special rally through which we have spreaded message. We have tried to spread the message among the society that drug is dangerous to the health. It is not actually dangerous to the individual person, but it is dangerous to the family members, to the society, and to the nation as a whole. So we will take pledge today that we will keep drug away and we will make society drug free. So once again, on behalf of all the students, all the faculty members, and my faculty, deans, campus directors, I welcome all of you, and especially all the dignitaries on the dais who have made this event very prestigious and bless us to make this event very, very successful. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for your inspiring words, sir. A drug-free nation is a dream of every family that has lost a life in the drug war. Today, let's take a moment to pledge against the drugs and secure the future of this nation. May I call upon stage Dr. Astha Pandey ma'am to help us all take an oath against drug abuse. Ma'am, please.
Namaskar. Good morning to one and all. May I request all of you to please rise. हम सभी आज शपथ लेंगे कि हम ड्रग्स को ना बोलेंगे और लाइफ को हाँ बोलेंगे. से येस टू लाइफ एंड नो टू ड्रग्स. हमें एहसास है कि हमारे देश में विशेष रूप से युवाओं के बीच नशीली दवाओं का दुरुपयोग बढ़ता जा रहा है और ये चिंता का विषय है. हम शपथ लेते हैं कि हम नशीली दवाओं के दुरुपयोग की रोकथाम में सहयोग करेंगे. हम यह वचन देते हैं कि किसी भी प्रयोजन के लिए किसी भी प्रकार से हानिकारक अथवा अवैध पदार्थों का सेवन नहीं करेंगे. हम प्रत्येक व्यक्ति विशेषतः युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित करते हुए नशीली दवाओं के दुष्प्रभावों के संबंध में जागरूकता पैदा करेंगे ताकि भारत का युवा वर्ग नशा मुक्त जीवन यापन कर सके और वे समाज के रचनात्मक एवं महत्वपूर्ण सदस्य बन सके. आज हम प्रतिज्ञा करते हैं कि नशे से दूर रहेंगे और स्वस्थ जीवन यापन करेंगे. जय हिंद. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now call upon stage Additional Director Shri Patil Ketan Baliraman Sir, NCB Ahmedabad, to please address the gathering with his empowering words. Please, sir.
मंच पे विराजमान प्रमुख अतिथि यूएनओडीसी के डॉक्टर जयंत मिश्रा सर, वाइस चांसलर पद्मश्री डॉक्टर व्यास सर, कैंपस डायरेक्टर्स पूर्वी मैम, सतीश सर, जुनारे सर एंड प्रवीण चौधरी सर, and all the students of NFSU, dignitaries. It is indeed a very pleasure moment for me to address this gathering as we are celebrating International Day Against Drug Abuse and Drug Trafficking. It is really a pleasure moment for me, sir, because 7-8 years back, I came here as a student to learn the forensic science for a 1-week program, and Vyas sir also took one session, and it is indeed pleasure moment I am addressing this gathering and young Indians, the citizen and future of India. मैं आपको यहाँ पे कहना चाहूँगा कि I'm representing Narcotic Control Bureau, which is the nodal agency to curb the drug menace of India. The role of NCB is a two-pronged role. One is of enforcement and second is of demand reduction by awareness among the youths. We are working on enforcement side with various agencies, various border guarding agencies like Coast Guard, Border Security Force, State Police, and various other agencies in the state, outside the state, and internationally also. But I would like to emphasize our second role of demand reduction and awareness, which is very much important unless and until we are not able to curb this demand and create the awareness among the youth regarding the problems of drugs which has spoiled whole generation of the nations. I would like to ask any one of you in the audience sitting, why this day is celebrated on 26th June only? Any student? Don't Google it right now. Why it is celebrated on 26th June only? Anyone? There is one country whose whole generation was spoiled because of the drugs, and when they ended these drugs, they are striving to be the global superpower right now. Which is that country? China. On 26th June, before first opium war in China, they completely destroyed the opium consignment which landed in their country. The mass destruction of opium was done, and this day symbolizes the community, societal approach to curb this drugs and drug trafficking and drug abuse. And United Nations took cognizance of this day, and that's why 26th June is celebrated as the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Drug Trafficking. As we Indians must take cognizance of this day, we are the highest population country and one of the youngest country in the world. To safeguard our young generation from the drugs, we must take the oath that we should not taking the drugs, and we will be aware of anyone, any peer group having this drug abuse. जो अभी मैम ने जो हमें ओथ दिलाई है, we must take it in letter and spirit, so that the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of developed country by 2047, we should strive for that. And if we are able to do that, we'll be very much happy. And we, as we have celebrated this day, it will be the great day for us if you are celebrating this day by this way. NCB is striving in this two way. We want your cooperation from youth and various agencies. And sir, we are very much obliged and thankful to the NFSU for providing time to time guidance, guidelines, and providing us reports in timely manner, so that we are able to book the cases and take it to the logical end. That's why I'm also thankful to the NFSU and all the forensic science laboratories across India. Once again, I congratulate you all for arranging this World Drug Day. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for your driving address, sir. May I now request and invite Shri Jayant Mishra IRS for his address to the gathering on today's occasion of World Drug Day 2024. Please, sir.
esteemed Padma Shri Professor J.M. Vyas ji, who is the guiding light for years for the forensic studies in the country and a well-known figure outside also globally. It is a great pleasure to be participating in this event, sitting next to you side by side and in your honorable capacity. Other dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Patil Ketan Baliramji, Dr. S.C. Junare, Dr. Naveen Chaudhary, Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, Dr. Satish Kumar ji, and of course, Dr. Astha Pandey ji, who has been presenting off and on. It is indeed an important day. For me, it has a double importance because I have been in the field of prevention of narcotic drugs under the NDPS and Allied Acts as an officer of the Customs Service for almost 38 years. And also now today, when for the last 5 years I'm with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime at the South Asia Center. It is a day celebrated to commemorate the commitment of the country, of the globe, for prevention of the proliferation of drug trafficking. एक बड़ी कॉमन सी बात है, क्यों ये लड़ाई क्यों दिक्कत की हो जाती है, क्या समस्या होती है। एक बहुत छोटी सी बात है कि जो भोजन हमारे लिए अमृत होता है, the food which is required for us, which is life-giving, the same food if taken wrongly becomes the poison. And the same thing applies for the drugs also. Drugs or chemicals which are elixir and life-giving for us, which treat the deficiencies if taken wrongly, if taken incorrectly, or if they are misused, they become addiction and they become problem. That is the fine dividing line. You cannot ban the drugs completely, yet you cannot allow its misuse. There are very fatal drugs. My presentation is later in the day. I'll be giving you the details about it. A small example of the drug by name fentanyl. Fentanyl is 100 times more potent and powerful than heroin. Yet, it is misused and almost about 1 lakh people every year die because of fentanyl and its related chemicals doses in United States alone. 1 lakh people die every year because of the overdose. Yet fentanyl is required. It is required in the country. We also sell fentanyl patches because for palliative care it is required. Therefore, despite of all the efforts, the total enforcement and seizure in the entire world is not more than 5%. What can be seized by the most developed and advanced countries is just 5% of what is getting trafficked and misused. And that is where awareness building becomes very, very, very important. And that is where the guidance of the academic institutions, the universities like NFSU, and the young generation, and the oath which we have taken becomes of paramount importance. And therefore, I'm very sure, having seen from both the sides, from the awareness building side as well as from the prevention and enforcement side, I've seen very clearly that the combination of both is very important. And I'm sure, under your leadership, sir, this will be a great success. not only today, not only in the NFU campus, not only in Ahmedabad and Gujarat, but globally. I recall a very pertinent saying which I read in Bhagavad Gita a few years back. Yatra Yogeshwarah Krishno, Yatra Partho Dhanurdharah, Tatra Shrir Vijayo, Bhutir Dhua, Nitir Matirmam. Wherever there are guided like Krishna and where there are followers like Arjun, the success is guaranteed even before the war begins. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely delighted to have you with us here today. With that, we all will be witnessing a history move today. Today, here at NFSU, we will witness the release of the video of the Parichan kit. Parichan kit is an indigenous kit designed by the scientific staff of NDPS, our very own people. This has been made possible under the vision of our beloved Vice Chancellor, sir, with the initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat. With the introduction of this kit, we aim to make India self-sufficient, and we dedicate this kit to the law enforcement agencies that work relentlessly to make our nation a safe space. I would now request our Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, to please unveil the video of the Parichan kit, and I also request all the dignitaries to please join, sir.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, India is committed to zero tolerance policy to drugs in the country. The National Forensic Science University, NFSU, is at the forefront of this effort, introducing a cutting-edge drug identification kit. Championed by Honorable Home Minister Shri Amit Bhai Shah, the kit is a game changer in law enforcement, symbolizing a significant step towards a drug-free society. How to use Parichan drug testing kit? Take out the probe, collect the sample using probe and place through the well. Lock the probe, break the cartridges and shake properly as per instruction leaf. Observe the change in color and compare with the reference spectrum provided in instruction leaf for inference. Follow the instruction leaf for more guidance.
The drug identification kit stands as a beacon of hope, guiding the way to a brighter, drug-free future for the nation by 2047. Under the leadership of Honorable
Embracing this massive achievement, I would like to move on with the program. National Forensic Science University has played a pivotal role in bringing together various esteemed organizations with the goal of enhancing scientific togetherness. Today, we add one more feather to our cap as we sign a Memorandum of Understanding with the Haryana Forensic Science Laboratory. Haryana FSL that has emerged as a prestigious laboratory, and with them we aim to strengthen the research and testing related to narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances with Haryana, which will eventually lead to capacity building of this nation. I now invite Deputy Director Arvind Huda sir and Campus Director Dr. S.O. Junare sir to come to the dais for the exchange of this Memorandum of Understanding. May I please request all the dignitaries to join for the photograph? May I please request all the dignitaries to join for the photograph with the Memorandum of Understanding, please? Thank you, sir. On the eve of World Drugs Day, NFSU participated in a rally with Narcotics Control Bureau flagged off by Vikas Sahai sir. We took part in another drug awareness rally flagged off by Dr. Junare sir. Various events like quiz and painting competition were held in order to sensitize the students. We saw a participation of over 200 people from research scholars, students, professional categories, and law enforcement agencies. Today, we will celebrate the winners of these events. May I please call upon stage all the dignitaries for the prize distribution. Hereby announcing the winners of the quiz competition. The first prize goes to Team High on Charas, students from BSc, MSc Forensic Sciences. May I please call them on the stage so that they can get their prize. The second prize goes to Team Ganja from MSc Toxicology.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to cheer up the students. The quiz competition, there were around 400 points, and out of that, first team has won by 150 marks. So they have done a huge work and very active participation. More than 400 students participated in the quiz competition.
Moving towards the painting competition, the first prize goes to Miss Vrinda. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause. The first prize goes to Miss Vrinda. The second prize goes to Mr. Abhishek Ghosh. Can we please welcome Mr. Abhishek Ghosh with a huge round of applause? I request the dignitaries to take their seats now. A huge congratulations to all the winners. Can we just have a very big thunder of claps for the people that showed up for this important awareness event that we have. Now, for the presidential address of the hour, I'd like to invite our beloved Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri J.M. Vyas sir, who has constantly been a beacon of light for the forensic fraternity. Sir is also the Director General of Directorate of Forensic Science, Gujarat, and is also known as the father of modern forensics. Sir has dedicated himself to the people of this nation and has left no stone unturned in always inspiring and sensitizing the world of science. I now request Sir to please guide us with his words. Please, sir.
Sri Jayant Misraji, Consultant UNDC, Sri Patel Ketan Baliram, our Zonal Director of Narcotics Control Bureau, Professor Junare, Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhariyal, Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar, Professor Satish Kumar, the delegates who have come from different organizations from different parts of the country, our faculty members and dear students. Good morning, namaskar to all of you. We are celebrating. Celebration word is not appropriate for this, but anyway it is called celebration. Celebration of International International Day Against Drug of Abuse. It's called like this. So normally we celebrate Father's Day, Mother's Day, Teacher's Day, where we celebrate, respect them, remember them. And the celebrations are done in a big way. Here, this celebration is not respecting the drug, it's the other way. So you can say it is not a celebration, it's kind of an awareness against the drug. And then the question comes why that awareness is required. Why do you need awareness? And why should we celebrate this day as a kind of a day where we create awareness against the drug of abuse? Now, if you see our lives, every one of us wants freedom, isn't it? Everybody wants to be free. Nobody wants like bondages. As the bondage comes, we try to remove the bondage and enjoy the freeness, the freedom. Similarly, we don't like dependency. We don't want to be dependent on anything, anyone. We always enjoy independence. That also, in other words, known as freedom. So, independence, that means we want to lead an independent life as far as possible, and we also want to enjoy the freedom. We want to remain free, independent, 24/7. It's our basic nature, and is common for all of us, in me, including me, you, everyone. Now the problem comes, unknowingly we become dependent. That is the problem. In search of remaining, in search of going for freedom, many a times we get bondages, some kind of bindings. And this is how this narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances come in our life. We should understand why this bondage comes, why these drugs give bondage. So as I said, dependence. We don't like dependence, okay? So we want to be independent. Now, the question, what is this narcotic drug? Again, so the substance, the chemical which affects the brain, they are normally defined as narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. The difference between psychotropic substance and narcotics is also very important. We should understand. There should be clarity. What is why it is not a Narcotic Drugs Act? We have mentioned narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances act. That means there is some difference between narcotics and psychotropic. What is the difference and why both are included in the same act? So the difference is, any psychotropic substance you take, say you take phenobarbital, for example, or diazepam, this composed tablet which many of you will be knowing. Now this is a psychotropic substance. Now when you take this substance, it induces sound sleep. So the moment you take composed tablet, you get a sound sleep. It doesn't relieve the pain. Only single effect. It gives you sound sleep. If there is a pain, pain will remain. Now you take any analgesic, you take analgin drug, you can take brufen, whatever you are comfortable. Paracetamol also has got some effect. So that the other part is analgesic drug. Analgesics are not part of psychotropic. Their job is to relieve the pain. So when you take analgesic, it relieves you from the pain. It doesn't give sleep. And when you take psychotropic substance, they give sleep. They don't relieve the pain. So this is the difference. But when you take narcotic drug, what is the difference? Narcotic drugs are, they relieve the pain, induce the sleep. Narcotics is a combination of sedative drug and also analgesic drug. So combination of sedative and analgesic is a narcotic drug. Only sedative is a psychotropic drug. Now the problem in this drug, other than analgesic you can take, they are not part of NDPS Act. You can take any number of medicines daily for relieving your pain. Now the question comes dependence. As I said, we want to be independent. We don't want to be dependent. Now this dependence in psychology has been described in there are two types of dependence. One is psychological dependence and the other is physical dependence. So for psychological dependence is concerned, it is taken in a normal way. This psychological dependence is known as habit. We have a habit of taking tea. So daily after waking up, doing my brushing, etc., the first thing is tea. Now cup of tea taking is a psychological dependence. If I don't take, I don't feel easy, etc. There's a morning, today I did not get a cup of tea. Some problem will be there, which will give you a kind of unease, that's all. It doesn't do much. So psychological dependence, somebody has got a habit of taking cigarettes, somebody takes alcohol. These are all taken as psychological dependence. There's nothing in the substance which makes you dependent, but it is my personal weakness, my mental weakness. I go for tea daily, is my problem. Tea doesn't give me any kind of habit. Tea doesn't have habit-forming property. It is my mental weakness because of which I daily need tea. Now, the other problem is physical dependence. This is more serious. Physical dependence is when you become physically dependent, it is not a psychological problem now, it is not a habit. The moment you don't take that material, you create physical symptoms. In our language, we call it withdrawal symptoms. When the drug or a particular item is withdrawn, withdrawal symptoms are manifested. And that could be it could be fever, it could be high blood pressure, it could be low blood pressure, it could be diarrhea, it could be constipation, it could be uneasiness, it could be vomiting. Anything can happen when that substance is withdrawn. And if suppose you have a fever and you treat that fever with paracetamol, etc., is not going to be controlled because that withdrawal symptom is because of the withdrawal of that drug. Cannot be treated with any other medicine. You have to give that drug. If suppose the person is an addict of opium, now opium has got this property. If you take opium, you get sound sleep and you also get relief from the pain. Now, when you stop taking opium, there is a physical dependence. So the moment you withdraw that opium, you will have diarrhea, you will have high blood pressure, all kinds of stuff. Now, these symptoms cannot be controlled with a medicine. For that, you have to give opium. Then only these symptoms can be controlled. So, physical dependence is very serious. And these drugs are banned because they cause physical dependence. Any narcotic drug you take, any psychotropic substance you take, they are creating physical dependence in me. I become physically dependent. And is unknowingly, somebody tells me, take this drug, and I take the drug. And slowly I enjoy, because every drug has got some uniqueness. They give you a kind of hallucinations, the hallucinogen effect. Some of them are depressions, they give you a depressant effect. Some of them are stimulants, so you get extra energy. So there are, depending on the type of drug, you get some kind of effect which gives you a kind of a joy. It could be a temporary joy. But then, because of that joy, etc., you like to take it more. Next day you will also feel the same thing. Oh, I enjoyed yesterday. Though that enjoyment was half an hour, maximum 1 hour, but it's there in your mind. Next day again you like to take something. Third day, fourth day, when you take it for continuously 4, 5 days, 6 days, and that is the strength of the drug. How quickly it can make you a dependent is the strongest drug. Why heroin is, or brown sugar is the strongest, phenantine, as he said rightly, because 1 or 2 doses, you become dependent. There are drugs, if you take continuously for 15 days, dependence comes. So, lesser the doses, lesser the frequency, and you become an addict, is the powerful drug. And therefore, all these drugs are banned. That is number one. Now, because they create physical dependence, you cannot remain without them. You have to have this drug, because now you have become physically and psychologically dependent. Physical includes psychological. Psychological dependence doesn't include physical. You take it. So physical dependence is symptoms which are created, and also be it psychology, you become weak. And then your mind is becomes so weak that it will crave for the drug, for enjoyment. Yeah, I'm restless. I got a diarrhea. I got a vomiting. My blood pressure is fluctuating. I must take that drug. A pudi, a small quantity, 50 milligram, good enough. You take it. Now, that's not enough. Now, daily you require 50 milligrams of that material. Or if you are taking opium, 1 gram of that material. And if you take it for 1 month, you are fine. After 1 month, you will realize that 1 gram or 50 milligram of that pudi is not giving me that same enjoyment which I was doing earlier. So you need to increase the quantity. Now that 1 gram opium was giving me good kick, now it has become 1.5 gram, then only I enjoy. After 3 months, you take 2 grams. Now that 1.5 gram is not good enough, because your body also develops a tolerance. Now you create a tolerance for 1 gram of opium. Now you need 1.5 gram, you need 2 grams. There are people who are taking 250 grams of opium daily. 2 gram of opium is fatal. If somebody who has not taken opium any time, any day, and he takes 2 grams, is said as to be fatal. But here, I have seen people taking 100 grams, 200 grams, 250 grams of opium because of the tolerance. Now you can understand in terms of cost. Now that 50 milligram pudi, you were paying 100 rupees per day. Now the quantity has gone 10 times more to get the same enjoyment. So Now, instead of that 100 rupees, you are paying 1,000 rupees per day. Then only you can enjoy. And you cannot come out of it because you are physically and mentally dependent. There is nothing which can stop you. So ultimately, you are ruining your body, you are ruining your mind. Your mind is not thinking anything other than this drug. And then, if money is not available, you will do some kind of a chori in your house. You will take away money from your house, from your treasury, from your cupboard, take away keys from your mom, your dad, and take away the money unknowingly. They don't know. That also will last some time. And then money also goes. Now mother, father has no money, but this fellow has spoiled everything. And then this fellow takes away the ornaments of the mother. Goes and sells the ornament because he wants to purchase the drug. And we have seen cases where there is no now money. Mother also doesn't have ornament. Everything has gone. They kill mother. They kill father somehow to get the money so that they can survive. They can take that drug and remove or handle the physical dependence. So this is the level of destruction. That is why this awareness is required. That do away with the drug. Why? We must understand what are the ill effects of this drug. They are damaging. So there are three types of wars which are now played. There are three types of terrorism. Normal terrorism, where they come with the gun, kill people. Cyber terrorism, they create problems across the globe through cyberspace. And third is narco-terrorism. Now they will destroy the people of the country giving narcotic drugs, narco-terrorism. That's also part of a war. If you want to win on some country, mentally you convert the people in a mental weak condition. Let the public of this country become weak mentally. That also is a victory on war. They spend a lot of money. They try to introduce drugs from different borders to see that more and more addicts are created in the country, so they mentally become weak. They are not able to study now. They are not able to perform their routine duties, and this country will slowly die. So third part of it is narco-terrorism. Very serious. Cyber war, very serious. Narco-terrorism, similarly, it is creating problems. So this is how I am not going to talk much on this. I used to give lectures on narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances for 1 week continuously. Daily I has to take 4 lectures. So it's a huge subject. If you understand the chemistry of it. And then people are so smart because this is a business of crores of millions of dollars. It's not a routine sagbhaji wala business. Millions of dollars. So everybody is interested in becoming, in creating addicts rather. I will call it a victim also, but then addicts. So because I want to sell a drug, now if there is no purchaser, how can I maintain my income, etc.? So I put it in samosas, I put this drug in sandwiches, I put some drug in tea, so that you must see, somebody goes to that tea stall only and then enjoys the tea. The rest of the stalls, they are there, but I don't enjoy the tea. I enjoy the tea from this store only. I enjoy the pan of this panwala only. I enjoy samosas and sandwiches from this place only. It's more dangerous. If you are not enjoying samosas and sandwiches from other stalls, only one stall, that means there is a problem. That awareness is required. Go on changing. There's no problem in taking sandwiches and samosas. Change the stalls. Don't keep one stall common. And slowly, that sandwich wala only will start you giving a pudi. That's the starting point. Slowly you take sandwich. Every day you take sandwich. You take this sandwich for 1 month continuously. and then you said you will tell that sandwich wala, I am not enjoying the sandwich which I took the first time, because kick is not coming. You need more quantity. Then he'll say, oh, you are not enjoying? Take this pudi. That will give you much more enjoyment than what you are seeking for. And then he makes you an addict. Very serious issues. Therefore, this awareness is required. And even I tell judges, don't be mild. If the NDPS Act fellow comes, he has to be punished because he is ruining the society. He is ruining our children. And it could be the children of a police officer, they could be children of judges, they could be children of executives. Anybody could be a part of this victim. So be aware. And no mild treatment to this kind of traffickers. Anybody comes to your knowledge, you must immediately inform the police. So this is how we are celebrating this day, to create awareness. Stop abuse of drug. And is not awareness for me only. Create awareness in others also, so that this day becomes a successful celebration. And this is what we decided. I'm congratulating Dr. Asa Pandey because we have Center of Excellence in NDPS. So it's our job. And probably there are only 3-4 centers of excellences in the world in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. So it was our duty to become more active and create awareness. And then some forensic experts have also come from different forensic labs of the country. Now the requirement is multifold. Say, for example, you get a brown sugar sample and forensically it is analyzed. Now, legally, if you see, NDPS Act says presence of heroin is sufficient to punish a person. So what a forensic expert does, they simply check the presence of heroin. If it is there, they say heroin was detected. Person can be punished. Now, that investigation will not be sufficient in the present scenario. You are supposed to do analysis of the total analysis of the material system. If it is 1% heroin, what is 99%? That is very important to establish the source of the material. If there is a brown sugar seized from Punjab and brown sugar seized from Gujarat, are they similar? Is the source similar? That will be decided not based on percentage of heroin, but 99% what are the other ingredients. So detailed analysis is the need of the hour. You have to do total analysis. What is, and come out to what is 100%. I am not interested, heroin is detected. It is fine. Person can be hanged, person can be prosecuted, but we are interested from investigation point of view, what is remaining 99%. And that will give us what is the source. Is this brown sugar similar? What was seized from Rajasthan, seized from Punjab, seized from Gujarat, or they are different? If they are different, that means there are multiple sources which are operating in the country. So this is how, it is a very serious issue, needs much more focus, concentration, and we all have to be serious in handling with this kind of issues. So with this I will conclude. Once again, I wish that this awareness program goes in most successful manner, and this awareness will help in creating awareness in others also. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for your absolutely eye-opening address, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Ajay Soni, sir, Deputy Director, NDPS, to deliver the vote of thanks for today's inaugural. Please, sir.
नमस्कार, सुप्रभात। मैं डॉक्टर अजय सोनी, उपनिदेशक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस फॉर नार्कोटिक्स NFSU गांधीनगर। मुझे आज इस वर्ल्ड ड्रग डे के अवसर पर आप सभी महानुभावों के प्रति अपनी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है। वर्ल्ड ड्रग डे, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नशा निषेध दिवस, इसका आयोजन विश्व स्तर पर नशीली दवाओं के दुरुपयोग एवं उनकी अवैध तस्करी के विरुद्ध वैश्विक ग्लोबल, जिसको हम कहते हैं वैश्विक कॉपरेशन स्थापित करने के लिए किया जाता है। इसके अतिरिक्त इस दिवस के आयोजन में एक प्रमुख इस कारण यह भी होता है कि हम समस्त विश्व स्तर पर अनेक डिफरेंट लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज जो काम कर रहे हैं उनका सहयोग प्राप्त करें, एक सकारात्मक जीवन शैली को प्रोत्साहित करें, इसके साथ साथ लोगों में जागरूकता फैलाएं। इसी क्रम में मैं मंचासीन परम आदरणीय पद्मश्री पुरस्कार से अलंकृत राष्ट्र में फॉरेंसिक साइंस के क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्टता के नवीन आयाम स्थापित करने वाले हमारे सभी के प्रिय प्रेरणापुंज नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति डॉक्टर श्री जे.एम. व्यास साहब का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि सर ने इस कार्यक्रम के लिए समय निकाला, हम सबके बीच में आए। गांधीनगर परिसर के निदेशक श्री एस. जुनारे सर, जो हमारे पथ प्रदर्शक भी रहते हैं, हर कार्यक्रम में, किसी भी कार्यक्रम में हमें सर का सहयोग मार्गदर्शन सदैव प्राप्त होता रहता है, हम सर के भी हृदय से आभारी हैं। दिल्ली कैंपस की निदेशक डॉक्टर पूर्वी पोखरियाल मैडम, जो हमें हर विषम परिस्थिति में कार्य करने की हमेशा प्रेरणा देती हैं, उनका मैं हृदय से आभारी हूँ। मैडम ने इसके लिए समय निकाला। आदरणीय नवीन सर, आदरणीय सतीश कुमार सर, निदेशक गोवा कैंपस एवं निदेशक भोपाल कैंपस, इनका भी मैं हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। यूनाइटेड नेशन ऑफिस एंड ड्रग्स एंड क्राइम्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव वरिष्ठ IRS अधिकारी श्री जयंत मिश्रा सर का मैं हृदय से आभारी हूँ, जिन्होंने अपने वरिष्ठ का इतने कम समय में हमारे बीच में आने का प्रयास किया। मंचासीन केतन बलिराम पाटिल सर, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर NCB सर के साथ में हमें कॉपरेशन हमेशा ही हमें मिलता रहता है, हम हमेशा इस कार्यक्रम को करते रहते हैं एंड वी आर अ नोडल एजेंसी सर दैट वी आर डूइंग केसेस फॉर NCB अक्रॉस द कंट्री। इसके साथ साथ सर समस्त वरिष्ठ विभाग NFSU के विभिन्न संकायों के डीन, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर्स, सेंटर हेड ऑफ सेंटर्स, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर्स, साइंटिफिक स्टाफ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्टाफ, मैं सभी का आभारी हूँ। विभिन्न फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी से पधारे गणमान्य अधिकारीगण, लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट ऑफिसर्स के अधिकारी कर्मचारी, इसके अतिरिक्त हमारे प्रशासनिक अधिकारी, वित्त अधिकारी, सभी का मैं आभारी हूँ जिन्होंने हमें इस आयोजन में सहायता की। इसके अतिरिक्त मैं इस कार्यक्रम में सुरक्षा कर्मचारी, सफाई कर्मचारी, जिनके बिना इस कार्यक्रम का संचालन संभव नहीं हो सकता था, उनका भी हृदय से आभारी हूँ। अंत में ऐसे सभी लोग जिन्होंने प्रत्यक्ष अथवा परोक्ष रूप से इस कार्यक्रम के सफल संचालन आयोजन में हमारा सहयोग दिया, मैं उनका हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now please request everyone in the auditorium to stand up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्सल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
With that, we conclude today's inaugural program, and this you all are requested to join us for the refreshments in the foyer near the lower auditorium. We will assemble here after the tea for the robust expert lectures and panel discussions waiting for us in 10 minutes. In the end, we will always abide by the law of land. Let's be addicted to improving ourselves and constantly root for a nation where not one life is lost to mafia of drugs. Thank you. Jai Hind.
ખાચા મૂકી દે કે છોકરો આવી જાય ક્યાં ગયો છોકરો આવી ગયો
जरूरत है तो मैं रुक जाऊँ नहीं तो फिर मैं जाती हूँ
एक्चुअली कुछ नाम तो एकदम हम बोले ना कि तुम्हारा नाम उन्होंने ही रिकमेंड किया था जल्दी चलो चाय पी लो तुम लोग
नहीं चाय तो नहीं तो मैंने अपना बैग लैब में रख दिया आपने नहीं दिया ना कितने बजे वापस कितने बजे असेंबल होना
अभी 10 मिनट में बोला है पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए
तो पैनल डिस्कशन में कितने लोग हैं
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर्स कौन है तो वो सेट कर लेती हूँ मैं तब तक
उनको सब कुछ ही देना है केस और वो सब
नहीं ये जो इनकी प्लेकार्ड लगती है वो तो लगाना पड़ेगा ना
हाँ वो सेम ही है इतना रेडी रखो
चार लोग हैं मैम तीनों पैनल में बाकी तो एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर
वहाँ पर है ना वो देख लो स्केड्यूल है हाँ इसी में से देख लो इसका फोटो ले लो नहीं तो
ये और ये दोनों सेम है
नहीं सेम तो नहीं होंगे चेंज हुआ है किसी बीच में
नहीं अकॉर्डिंग टू द पैनल डिस्कशन
नहीं उसमें तो चेंज हुआ ही नहीं है ना इसमें देयर इज नो चेंज
नाम सेम ही है वो लगा दो तुम चार में
और जो नया प्रिंटेड वो कहाँ
दैट आई डोंट नो अतुल को पता होगा या हिमांशु हाँ पैनल डिस्कशन तो लंच के बाद है ना
हाँ मतलब 3 लेक्चर्स है ना अभी
we see whose lecture is next. Purvi ma'am's. Thank you. At what time?
It will begin. Was supposed to begin by 12, but maybe
12:30.
12:30.
हो ही जाएगा.
आते.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
ये सब हो गया वोट ऑफ थैंक्स ठीक है अभी एक्सपर्ट लेक्चर ही है उसमें तो एक इंसान ही चाहिए देने के लिए लंच ब्रेक के बाद अगर 4 लोगों को साथ में देना है तो मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है हाँ मतलब पूरी मैम का तो नहीं करना चाहिए जयंत मिश्रा सर का हो चुका है राजेंद्र आनंद थे डायस पे थे तो उनका करना होगा फिर ये सबका करना होगा
Welcome back, everyone. We now have you a series of wonderful expert lectures from eminent guests that we have today. So, to deliver our very own first lecture, I take privilege in inviting to the stage Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal Ma'am, Dean School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, and Campus Director, Delhi NFSU, to enlighten us with her esteemed legal perspective on the role of law in preventing drug abuse. Please welcome, ma'am. Ma'am has a beautiful experience of so many years in the field of law and forensic studies. Can we please have a huge round of applause for her?
So, very good morning to all of you. I'm very much mindful of time. This session was supposed to start at 11:15, was to over by 12. It is starting at 12:27. So, with the due permission of our esteemed head of Center of Excellence, NDPS, Dr. Astha Pandey, can we conclude at 1? Yeah. Thank you. So, respected Shri Jayant Mishra ji, Shri Patil ji, and all these distinguished guest students. At the outset, I congratulate the Center of Excellence in NDPS for organizing this intellectual event. As our beloved Vice Chancellor discussed, that this is World Drug Day, but ideally, it is International Day against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. So we are fighting against a drug war. As we all know, the menace of drug is rising not only in India, but world over. And we all know drugs have a very serious consequences on socio-economic, health, and even the political fabric of any country. And at that juncture, what has been the India's stand in terms of fighting the war against the drug abuse and illicit trafficking? If you look at the NCRB data of 2021, Gujarat is the at number 1 in terms of filing the cases against prohibition and substance abuse, followed by Tamil Nadu, Haryana, Punjab, Maharashtra, and other states. So all of a sudden we have seen that the registering of the cases is on rise. Definitely it means that there are more seizures, the activity of drug trafficking and substance and drug abuse has also increased, and there is also an awareness, and there is also an awareness among the law enforcement agencies that they are working with double commitment to ensure that the cases are being registered. So when the case registration number increases, it implies both the things. The number of cases are on rise. Second, there is an awareness, and people are filing cases, and people are really wanted to ensure that these menace is to be suppressed, handled, and regulated. Now, if you look at the theme of this year's celebration, or what we'll call, I mean, this is maybe a celebration, or maybe this is a reminder call for all the global community to ensure the cooperation amongst all the different agencies, among different countries, to fight against this war. How do we fight together? It's not a war that can be fought individually. So this is a reminder call. And you know, sometimes we need this reminder again and again. And that's the reason that right from 1987, as Patil sir discussed about the incident of China, you know, United Nations passed a resolution in the year 1987 to celebrate this day, that is 26 June, as a day, International Day against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. So look at 1987 till date, till 2024, almost 37, 38 years, we are giving this reminder call to all of us to ensure. But if you look at the data, as Jayant ji has rightly pointed out, there are only 5% of the seizure that is being taken care in terms of the total number of the trafficking of the drugs. So if you look at this, despite of having this reminder call, having number of seminars, conferences, rallies, awareness sessions, this menace is on constant rise. What could be the reasons? That's the reason that this year's theme of this celebration of this day is evidence is there, invest in prevention. Meaning thereby, we all know there has been a constant rise on the drug abuse and illicit trafficking. There is no, you don't need any proof. There is enough evidence. And there is enough evidence of the consequences the people at large globally are facing. What we need evidence-based promotion event. That's the reason that we invest in prevention. Meaning thereby, instead of having some kind of a judgmental attitude or some kind of an opinionated biases against people who are using drug, how do we be more sympathetic to them? How do we be more, how do we show some empathy to them? And we work on the rehabilitation. We do a lot of other awareness activity, rally karte, painting banate, gana gaate, movie karte, all these kind of things. But what has been the impact of all these initiatives? कुछ हो रहा है? कोई बदला? किसी का दिमाग, किसी का दिल change हुआ? What has been the transformation? How do we analyze the impact analysis of all the initiatives that we all collectively do as a nation, as a civil society group, as a collective individual, as a society, as a community, whatever we are doing, what has been the evidence that something is getting changed? And how do we show some kind of sympathy, a care, what we call, they all require more kind of a care. They all require more kind of a compassion. And how do we design a model for care and compassion towards those who are already into it? So this year is specifically dedicated towards this, that how do we drive the evidence-based initiative to ensure that this fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking gets some kind of a victory. Now, when we talk about India's stand, of course, India being the, as Patil sir also said, we are the highest populous country, And we have the largest opiates market in terms of, the consumer market is very huge. And we have a demographic dividend, highest young people in the world. And they all are very vulnerable. They all are. India as a country is a young country in terms of the population. The young person's population is high. So we are at that juncture wherein our young mind can be easily being manipulated. They are very vulnerable. And we are having a porous, what you call, boundaries. Look at all our great neighbors, we have Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and we have, they say 70% of the drugs that we are, as per one of the reports, 70% drugs that is trafficked in India, they come from Afghanistan. So we are very vulnerable, and that's the reason that these menace in India is in constant rise. Now, as a country, what we are doing? So as a law professor, I always start, our everything start with the Constitution of India. So the Constitution of India, Article 47 talks about the directive principles of the state policy. Article 47, it mentions that it is a duty of the state to take all kind of an endeavor wherein everyone gets a healthy food, and one of the clauses to ensure that people are, I'm just giving the gist of this thing. People are not getting an easy access to substances, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. So we need to have some kind of a law. We need to have some kind of a measures, some controlling, regulating, monitoring measures, so that this should not be further flourished in India. That what the forefather of the Constitution of India has envisaged in the year 1948 at the time of making the Constitution of India. So we already have this issue in hand that we have to fight, and we have to control, and we have to handle this issue right in the Constitution of India. And thereafter, in 1961, India has been the signatory of the Single Convention on the Narcotic Drugs. There is one convention in 1961, there is another convention against the psychotropic substances in 1971, and there is another convention against the narcotic drugs trafficking in the year 1988. And India has been the signatory of all these three conventions. In fact, in 1961, when this particular convention was being proposed by the United Nations, we had a lot of, as a country at that point in time, that the then government has little reservation with the conventions, and specifically with reference to the cannabis use, because we have been using cannabis for so many other purposes. And that's the reason that India was given a special, time for 25 years. And we got our first enactment, the first law on narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances in the year 1985. What we call is the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act of 1985. And this act has also been constantly, this is a special legislation. And this act has also been it's been constantly reviewed. So it got amended in 1988, it got amended in 2001, 2024, and even the recent attempt in the year 2021. Because we all have to deal with the changing demands which is required to be incorporated in these laws. Now, if you look at the general principles of criminal law, because these particular act, if you look at the provisions of this act, it says that even if you are using substance abuse or use of consumption of drug or psychotropic substances, it is an offense. If some students are from the criminology background, they would say, in the criminology, this kind of a crime is being categorized as victimless crime. Because if I am consuming drug, generally, whenever you are committing offense, there is always a person against whom you are creating some kind of a harm, or you are creating some kind of a hurt, harm, injury, damage, whatever you call it. But here, who is the one against whom you are creating harm? Against yourself. So no one is the other victim. So it's a victimless crime. But even the small quantity consumption, small quantity possession, and of course the large quantity of transportation, trafficking, manufacturing, everything. So it is, the act has a, it's a very ambitious act. Generally, if you look at this thing, if you look at other kind of, we have so many ministers in this country. I'm just giving the, keeping the students in mind, I'm just talking this, giving this kind of an idea, because there are so many other means like Child Marriage Act or Child Labor Act. So we said Child Labor Monitoring, Child Labor Regulation Act, Child Marriage Prohibition Act. So either we want to prohibit, regulate, but this single act want to do so many things. This act would like to prohibit, would like to, we need to regulate because we need to allow some kind of a drug usage for the medicinal purposes. So we also need to have allowing some kind of a manufacturing. So this single act want to regulate, prohibit, control, monitoring, consumption, manufacturing, farming, transportation, selling. So there are so many aspects which are being covered in this particular legislation. And when we framed the legislation, they said if the act is not stringent enough, is not very strict enough, then we will not be able to control this menace. So this kind of a legislation is called a special legislation. Like, you know, we have a simple, we have an ordinary criminal law, what we call is an Indian Penal Code, and now from 1st July, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Now in this is a special legislation. Special legislation requires some kind of a special provisions. Special provisions means some kind of a stringent punishment. So if I give the simple example, in ordinary criminal law, the presumption is always in the favor of accused. Meaning thereby, if you are being registered, if a FIR is being lodged against you, the court shall presume that you are innocent. And it is the other party, whosoever it alleges, has to prove. The other party has to prove that he has committed some offense. The accused person has to remain silent. He need not to prove his, that no, maine nahi kiya, I'm not guilty. He is not supposed to prove. In ordinary, under IPC, they said, presumption of innocence is always in the favor of the accused. And the burden of proof lies on the prosecution. And that burden of proof also should beyond reasonable doubt. Even the single iota of suspicion is there कि इसने शायद किया हो सकता है या नहीं भी किया हो सकता है. Even some ray of suspicion is there, then there has been acquittal. There is no conviction. And that's the reason that we have such a low conviction rate in India. Only 57% conviction rate in India. If you compare with all the developed countries like USA, China, America, Australia, they have their conviction rate ranges from 80 to 99%. Japan has 99% conviction rate. So as a nation, so I mean, if you look at the NDPS conviction rate, I mean, a special case. So if you look at the NCRB data, they say conviction rate under the IPC, the simple offenses, under the IPC is 57. But if you look at the conviction rate under special offenses like NDPS, unlawful assembly, UAPA, so under all this terrorist activity, NDPS, trafficking, there the conviction rate is 80%. Why conviction rate is 80%? Because in this, being a special legislation, the burden of proof is not on the prosecution, and presumption of innocence is not there. So if you are possessing if you are being found possessing some amount of narcotic drugs or psychotropic substances, it shall be presumed that you are possessing with the guilty mind. If it is an IPC, you will be presumed as innocence. Guilt will not be presumed. Here, guilt will be presumed. That नहीं आपके पास है, मतलब आपने कंज्यूम करने के लिए रखा है, कुछ ऐसे करने के लिए, मतलब the guilt is being presumed. And of course, the prosecution has to prove that he has consumed this thing, and prosecution has to prove beyond reasonable doubt. But the presumption is there that the mens rea, what we call is the guilty mind, does exist if you are found with this thing. Another point is that there are a lot of, this NDPS Act has created a lot of hue and cry amongst all the human rights defenders, because it says that there is a gross violation of the personal liberty, because generally in the NDPS case, the bail under Section 37 of the NDPS Act, the bail will not be granted only under exceptional cases under certain circumstances. You all must have seen a lot of cases. The recent one is the Shah Rukh Khan's son and all the hue and cry and all these things. So you must be following some of the debates and some of the news item. So I'm not giving entire the provisions, and because it will take a lot of time, but I'm just giving the idea of the gist of the NDPS Act. The other aspect of this particular thing is that it provides the minimum mandatory punishment. Minimum mandatory punishment, what does it mean? Under IPC, if you look at any of the offenses, the IPC says that if you do so-and-so, 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 then you shall be punished with a term of imprisonment which may extend to 10 years, which may extend to 7 years, which may extend to 3 years, etc., etc. So we have a different terms of imprisonment. So which may extend to 3 years, 7 years, 10 years का मतलब क्या हुआ? The discretion lies with the court and the judicial officer that whether the punishment is to given to 3 years का है, तो मतलब वो जो maths के student है ना, close interval 0 to 3 years. So either you may give 1 month also, 2 months also, 6 months also. You know, it is a judicial discretion depending upon the case and circumstances and the witnesses and the evidences presented before the court of law. What is the degree of the guilt that is getting established? Based upon this thing, the judicial discretion lies. 7 years देना है, 10 years तक देना है, कि बीच में कोई भी देना है. This says that the punishment shall not be less than 10 years. Meaning thereby, there is no discretion per se that lies with the judiciary. Under certain sections, punishment, imprisonment for a term not less than 10 years. Minimum 10 years to dena hi hai. Whatever the case may be, whatever the evidence that is presented before the court, whatever could be the circumstances, 10 years is fixed. No discrimination. हाँ, ज़्यादा देने का discretion है, कम का discretion नहीं है. So that is also something by some of the lawyers and some of the human rights defenders, they criticize this kind of a thing. That there should be some kind of a discretion with this kind of a provision. And and then other thing is that, then if you are found repeating the offenses, the next time if you do, there is always a death penalty. In certain sections, there is a death penalty. And no other discretion that lies with the judges. So meaning that what my point over here is that bail आपको मिलेगा नहीं, right? Provisions is very stringent, and that's the reason that there is a stringency of the act that prevails, and because of this act has a 80% conviction. But despite of having 80% conviction, there are large number of NDPS cases that are still pending in the court of law, and there are large number of the NDPS exhibits that are lying before different officials for the analysis, investigation. And since this is something is a great menace, the Act also provides a provision for establishing special NDPS court. We also have a special NDPS judge, because and these judges who are in the they are sitting as a presiding officer in the NDPS court. They are also getting a specialized training, and this NDPS court will, so that the cases runs on the fast track mode, and then the cases goes on the fast track mode, and the justice can be delivered at ease. So these particular NDPS Act has these kind of a provisions recently with reference to the new Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita. Now the question comes is that most of you may be aware, wherever there is a punishment before 7 years, we have a forensic probe, and at the time of search and seizure under Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, it's required to have audiography and audio-visual photography as well as videography. That is the mandatory provision in the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita. Now the question comes, that as of now, NDPS has all the sections wherein the punishment is more than 7 years, but in search and seizure powers, the wide, huge powers is given to the police officers for the search and seizure. But the question comes over here as a jurist, as everyone to ponder upon, whether the search and seizures which is required, audiography and videography which is required even in the ordinary cases under new Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita would be applicable in the search and seizure under NDPS or not. We have a few judgments from different high courts, like Kolkata High Court have said, and some other high court has also given a verdict that when you are doing search and seizure, you should have a videography, and that videography also to be presented along with the exhibit in the court of law, along with the analysis, everything. But then it has not become the law of the land. Now this probably, once this new Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita would be rolled down from 1st July, this particular provision of Bharat, because it's an ordinary law and it's a special law. So what is applicable to ordinary law naturally to be applicable to the special law and the special provisions. So in this case also the audiography and videography would be made mandatory. That what I would hope so. Now it's not something that India has, India was not having an issue, was not having an issue before having this particular legislation. The question comes, what we were doing before 1985? How we used to control this drug abuse and substance abuse, because the act has come only in the 1985. We had a colonial legislation called Opium Act, Drugs and Cosmetics Act, some of you may be already aware. So under those provisions, we had some amount of, but then once we had this 1985 Act, all the old colonial legislations got repealed, and in place of this new legislation has come into place. Now, it's not only the legislation. There are rules, and rules, as thanks to NDPS, they all have given us a very good BAR Act. The BAR Act consists of the Act and rules, and even the recent rules of search and seizure. Because now the question comes that why these different rules comes at a different time, because the issues of NDPS case and, as I said earlier, and its implementation has been greatly challenged in different court of law by in terms of the human rights violations and some other things. That's the reason that we are just trying to refine all our activity and the procedure at par with different directions and directives that we receive from different high courts. That's the reason that the recent 22 only we had this search and seizure rules that has been notified. I'm pretty sure you all would be very much interested, because though you may be the forensic science students, but it's so important to know the law, because I have been always telling to everyone that even for the forensic science students, your biggest consumer or your clientele is the law. Is the judiciary, is the court of law. Because whatever you're doing for whom? You're doing for the court of law. Your evidence is to be appreciated by the court of law. That's the reason that what are the nitty-gritty that involves in the law, in all different laws, and what is the procedure, that is something which is required to be known by all these students. One last thing which probably I would like to draw the attention is Section 50 of the NDPS Act. Now, if you read Section 50 of the NDPS Act, it says that it's also something which is very interesting, that some procedure of under the NDPS Act is very special, is very different than what we have been following in the CRPC, and some procedure are common. So the question comes that how do we, at times it happens that, you require some kind of a reconciliation with two different provisions, two different procedures. So Section 50, I just would like to read and reiterate for all of you, which I would like to highlight over here, that Section 50 of the NDPS Act provides that a person can request a search be conducted by a magistrate or a gazetted officer and that the officer can detain the person until the magistrate is brought in. It is, however, possible for the officer to proceed to search if person pursuant to section 100 of the Code of CRPC, if he has reason to believe that the person cannot be taken in the nearest constituted officer or a magistrate. So my point over here is that these kind of things is not available for ordinary offenses. कि भाई मैं पुलिस से सर्च नहीं करवाऊंगा, मैजिस्ट्रेट आके मेरे से सर्च करे, you know. So because there are reasons behind, there is a logic behind this thing. So this anyway, the Act provides this kind of liberty and this kind of I would say special arrangement that even magistrate can also be invited and can be warranted, or I wouldn't say warranted, but can be asked and can be requested that this search can be conducted in the presence of the magistrate. Without then, the person may not be agreeing with that. The other aspect is with reference to bail. There are bail jurisprudence under NDPS Act is huge. We have seen a number of cases wherein bail has been easily granted. We have seen a number of cases bail has not yet been granted in NDPS. I'm not discussing about any other cases. I'm only talking about the NDPS cases. Now, and especially if you all remember the famous, infamous, whatever you call is Reha Chakravarti's case. You know, all of you? Did she get a bail? What had happened in Reha Chakravarti's case? If you are following. So, Reha Chakrabarti's case in a way has, which is the judgment delivered by the Honorable Supreme Court in the year 2020, has given a very significant dimension on the bail issue, the bail jurisprudence, and I just would like to highlight with that. It says that when we talk about the bail to the accused under the NDPS Act, if it says that if you are, the accused consistently maintain his or her stand regarding all kind of interrogations, and there is a prolonged time that is being covered during these interrogations, and then you are not being able to find out any other adverse evidence against the person, then there is, but the court meant to say that, there is some reasonable time limit which you have to keep for the interrogations and finding out and investigating on the evidence, and then beyond a point, the bail is something which you have to give. So prior to that, the whole jurisprudence was not settled, but this case, according to me, is a significant one with reference to the bail jurisprudence. And lastly, I just would like to say that the amendment of that is being proposed in the year 2021, and still we are deliberating on this thing, is also very vital. And I'm hoping, as a student of law, I'm hoping that once we have this Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita and Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam, because we live in the era of dark net, dark web, wherein major of the drug trafficking happens in dark web. So at that juncture, when we have a new piece of evidentiary value which we have expanded with reference to the cloud server. Electronic evidence definition is getting changed under the Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam, and electronic evidence definition is getting much widened. So in that context, once the BSA and BNSS is being applicable from 1st July, I am hoping that there is some kind of a realignment, what we call, is required to be done in this NDPS, and we are hoping some kind of an amendment. Lastly, I just would like to say one thing. We all wish no one from us is taking or has ever tested, or we would like to venture any kind of drug abuse or drug use or whatever you call it. But by chance, because these all are students they're stating here, by chance if you find that some of your friends are into it, instead of being judgmental, how we as a community of the students try to rehabilitate, try to help the person to come out of that. That is what denial is one thing, and accepting and then working on that particular disease. Because if you all remember the soldier disease during the Second World War, whenever the medicinal was being prepared for all the wounded soldiers, there was a greater amount of the opium was being used. So that they can get pain relief and all these things. And in those days, this opium use was known as a soldier disease. So, at times, we always discuss among our colleagues, our faculties, that today's generation's stress coping mechanism has been extremely low. Because, stress bearing capacity has been substantially reduced. And whenever we have a little amount of stress, we always try to get ease off and tempted to get into different kind of experimentations. So at that point in time, as a student community, we always should try and help those person and to, as I said, to care and compassion and love is something which can change the world. We may form many legislations, we may make stringent provisions, but care, compassion, and love that can change the heart and change the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for such a insightful delivery about the NDPS Act. Madam is an eminent legal authority, I will call. Always we are getting the grace of madam in many occasions. Yes, it is true that NDPS Act provisions are very stringent and provisions are there, considering those many guidelines are coming, legal, so many judgments, Mohanlal and others. And madam, recently one guideline has come in December 2022 and some things have been included. So I'll request now Shweta to continue.
Thank you so much for your valuable lecture, ma'am. The introduction of empathy was a really fresh perspective, and I hope that we can offer it to the world. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Shreya ma'am to please facilitate Purvi ma'am for her valuable time and absolutely amazing words. Thank you, ma'am. Now moving ahead for our expert session 2, may I now invite Shri Jayant Mishra Sir, IRS and Consultant, United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, South Asia, for his expert lecture where he would shed some light on the recent trends in international drug trafficking and the exclusive release of World Drug Report 2024. We welcome you, sir.
I have been asked to cover about the international situation in drug trafficking. Now, quite a bit has been said about the seriousness of drug trafficking and today this International Day is being circulated globally. The last part, which Madam mentioned, is about the conventions which we have signed. India has signed 3 conventions, and 1988 convention, when it was signed, India was the chairperson of the drafting committee. Mr. M.V.N. Rao was the chairperson of the drafting committee. When, incidentally, after this convention, the law was enacted, PIT, NDPS, and other related amendments were being imposed here. At that time, I was Under Secretary in the Department of Revenue, and I had the privilege of participating in that legislation. So while you were talking, I felt everything afresh coming to my mind as to how it had happened at that point of time. Now, taking ahead the things about the seriousness, this year's theme is Evidence is Clear, Invest in Prevention. All the agencies are able to seize together globally not more than 5%. Rest 95%. Now, billions of dollars have been spent by countries across the globe, and including the Drug Enforcement Agency of US and other agencies, they have not been able to go beyond 5%. Don't bother about the slides, I'll give it to you. This is your copy. I'll leave all the slides, it is your property, use it, disseminate it. All the UN documents and presentations are your personal property. Use it that way, don't bother. I leave the presentation and entire thing with you, and also the the World Drug Report, which has been released just now, which I'll show you online. There are certain other things also which I wanted to show online, so I requested that if I could use my laptop, it becomes easier. So only the rest of the 95% comes through the awareness building. And I'm so happy, Ma'am Pokhriyal, that you have mentioned about the humane approach. Don't treat always a person who is dependent as a culprit. Treat him with compassion. Try to bring him in the main fold and devise an acceptance, because he has been caught there as a victim, maybe of the circumstances or maybe because of weaker psychological disposition. So this is something important. Why it is important is that 9 out of 10 people, this is an international study, there are lots of papers I can share with you, 9 out of 10 people with drug addiction begin using substances before they are 18-year-old. Now, surprisingly, in India, the studies which are being done, NDDTC, National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, many departments have been studying separately, even the non-governmental organizations have been doing it. They have found that the first time use, which was happening at the age of 15, 16, in the high school or 11th class, now in some cases it has come down to 11 to 12 years. Now, this is something very surprising. So this global drug problem presents a multifaceted challenge and touches the lives of millions of people worldwide, and that is why this International Drug Day. It is a call. What are the aspects? To raise awareness, advocate for investment, empower communities, facilitate dialogue, collaboration, policy making, engage communities, empower youth, and promote international cooperation. About each of them we can speak in detail, but considering the paucity of time, perhaps in short, you'll be able to understand. As about the UNODC, which I am representing at the moment, is that UNODC is the guardian of 4 international conventions, international instruments relating to prevention and suppression of international terrorism, drug control conventions, these are 3, convention against organized crime, and convention against corruption, because they are all interrelated. How it happens, that also I'll show you shortly. UNODC has global presence, 114 offices throughout the globe, and of which 10 are regional offices, and in one of the regional offices of South Asia I'm working. It works under a global strategy which has these 5 components and areas of mandate, where first is addressing and countering the world drug problem. That is something major. But related ones are the same, and this is done by a South Asia office based on a regional program, which I'll share a copy with you. You can see what it contains, what details it contains. The regional office has presence in Delhi and 5 other countries, including Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Maldives is shown here. We have done quite a number of specialized trainings. In last 2 years, done about 44 trainings, engaging 25 agencies, which includes customs, DRI, NCB, RPF, BSF, Coast Guard, Coastal Security, CBI, SSB, all these agencies, about 2,500 officers we have trained in specialized issues, including darknet interdictions, cryptocurrency attachments, and so many other aspects. Now we come to the world drug problem. So far the world drug problem is concerned, can you switch off these lights so that it will be easier to see, because most of the shades will not be coming otherwise. So far the global scenario is concerned, if we take the 5 major groups, that is cannabis, cocaine, opioids, ATS, amphetamine type of substances, and NPS, new psychoactive substances. I'll tell you the difference quickly. The situation is that in Europe, the cocaine market is expanding, and opiates and increased use of amphetamines is there. Now you can see it better. And East Africa, transit of heroin spilling high, leading to high HIV amongst the persons with injectable devices. South Africa is synthetic stimulants. In Central Asia, there is rise of captagon. I don't know whether you are able to see the map. You cannot see. So you can see the map. Okay, good, wonderful. So rise in captagon. In East Asia, there is high prevalence of opioid and rise of ATS, including South Asia, in India also. And East Asia is methamphetamine opiate production. In Philippines and places and Japan, rise in methamphetamine market. Australia, high prevalence of stimulants. New Zealand also the same story. And in Russia particularly, expansion in new psychoactive substances, use in opiates, and substantial rise in HIV/AIDS has been noticed also. What is happening in America is, North America, high level of opioid overdoses are there, increased use of methamphetamine and use of cocaine, but American population is also strongly suffering from the rise of new psychoactive substances, including fentanyl type of substances. And what are these? I'll quickly in 2 minutes tell you later. Central America, manufacture of meth and opioids, trafficking of cocaine, and in South America, cocaine production and trafficking and disorders. Cocaine is dominating in America, but it has started coming to India also. Cocaine has very interesting history, etc. Cocaine, perhaps some of you must have heard. Cocaine, when Coca-Cola was launched in 1892, then cocaine was officially mixed 3 to 5% in Coca-Cola. Later, in 1906, when the dependence started growing, proliferation became, America introduced an act on narcotic drugs and psychoactive substances, and they said that cocaine is banned. What Coca-Cola did was, they said, we will officially not be using cocaine anymore, and their formula went underground. It became secret. Now it is up to you to understand whether cocaine is being added to coke or not. And if added to coke, why the forensics cannot find it out? What can be the possibility? Our forensic experts are there. They would tell you that there can be a possibility, there is a possibility, there has been a possibility of different psychotropic and narcotic substances being masked. You mask it and you get a different kind of a taste, different kind of a report. But anyway, that is a matter of debate. On record, it is clear that Coke officially was using cocaine in its product. This was something interesting which I wanted to tell you. Methamphetamine trafficking in East and Southeast Asia, you can see how. Now, methamphetamine is being manufactured using something, precursor chemical known as ephedrine. Ephedrine is a very essential bronchodilator. Bronchodilator is that it is used in the cough syrups. It is used for children if they are having chest congestion, glycodine, all these kind of cough syrups, Benadryl, they all have ephedrine. and synthesizing ephedrine in a different way, knocking off nitrogen, converts it into methamphetamine, and therefore precursor control is important, but pre-precursor of ephedrine is then therefore trafficked, and therefore we have gone to the extent of controlling the pre-precursor of the final product. That is how it has been. Yet cheap availability of precursors and very convenient manufacturing process of converting ephedrine into methamphetamine has led to huge rise of production of methamphetamine. Afghanistan, the opium cultivation has gone down by 95%, but huge factories of methamphetamine have come up, noticed, and originating from Afghanistan have been seized all over the world, in South Asia, including India. So this is something which I wanted to mention to you. Landscape of drug trafficking and transnational crime. See, drug trafficking is not a standalone crime. It is interlaced with human trafficking, because to traffic drug, you need humans. To protect the drugs, you need arms, so therefore arms trafficking. You earn a lot of money. There is a huge difference. Fentanyl, for example, costs about $2,800 in the darknet market. Openly, I can show you $2,800 in the open market. And the street price, when it reaches America, comes to about $1 million. So this kind of difference in the price is the money which drug traffickers look for. And same is true for heroin and other kinds of drugs. Money laundering takes place because you get a lot of black money, and then it is useless unless you are able to utilize it for your personal purposes, buy property, buy cars, for which you need white money, because you cannot go and buy a 1 crore Land Rover or 2 crore Jaguar by paying cash money. Nobody will allow you. So therefore you need a check payment. So converting the black money to white money is a huge market propelled by the drug trafficking, and that is also a major area of concern. Then cybercrime, because you transfer the money, you sell drugs illegally in the darknet markets, you use cryptocurrencies, you use non-fungible tokens, you start using gaming tokens, all these kind of DeFi, decentralized financing, all these things are there which I can tell in for hours together. I would request Asa Madam to fix up a longer time, because 20 minutes, which I'll take, not 20, but another 10-15 minutes more to allow other speakers to speak, is too short to share all these experiences which we have with the young generation we would like to share. Falsified goods, smuggling, wildlife, cultural property, and above all, terrorism. They are all interlaced together with the drug crime. This is known as the convergence. What kind of convergence? Globally, it is noticed that there is a shipment convergence. Same kind of channels are being used to traffic drug, which are used for other types of crime, like wildlife crime, smuggling of substances, gold smuggling. Same channels, same Amazon, which is used to supply the legal products, is being also used to supply same chain, the illegal products. Same blink, same big basket. So these supply chains are being exploited. There's a shipment convergence, that is the same kind of ships and vessels which are used for the other crimes are also so therefore, gangs are the same, that convergence is the same, that is what. It is found in organizational convergence, route convergence, hub convergence, and jurisdiction convergence. They have their significance for the law enforcement, but also for the forensics as well. The components of criminality, what are the kind of criminalities globally existing, have been studied. There are lots of papers which I would like to share. I'll send it, forward it, which you can see, which are very useful in doing the forensics. That is drug trafficking, human smuggling, substance smuggling, arms trafficking, all these kind of things are there, which are the kinds of criminalities which take the form of the which take the form of organized crime, and they can be, the actors can be mafia-style criminal networks, state-embedded and foreign actors, but they can be countered by resilience factors. Which are the things which help in countering these are the political leadership and governance, government transparency and accountability, international cooperation, national policies and law, judicial system, law enforcement, territorial integrity, anti-money laundering, economic regulatory capacity, victim and witness support prevention, and non-state actors. Non-state actors are very important in preventing the drug trafficking. These are the figures which I am showing you are from the latest World Drug Report, which has been released 2 hours back at around 11:30. It has been released in Vienna. It is available on internet. You can all download it. Otherwise, I'll download it. I have downloaded copy. I'll leave with you, and you can have a look at it. And it contains all these details. Most of the slides also you'll find there. About 30 crore people are dependent on drugs, and it has gone up by more than 20%. People with drug use disorders are more than 6 crore people who cannot be who it is very difficult to bring them back. The breakups are there. Cultivation has also gone up. Global quantities of drugs seized is given here. All these things you can read. More difficult situation is about the new psychoactive substances. Now, what is the problem of new psychoactive substances? The problem of new psychoactive substances is that they are not legally banned. They are the chemicals. And yet, if these chemicals are getting discovered every day using the techniques like artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence revolution started almost in 2017, where large amount of data has been analyzed and new results have been derived artificially. The most important technique, most important way, which was being most important computer program which used artificial intelligence was AlphaZero. AlphaZero was a project which was used by the computer to play chess against chess using 2 computers. And the kind of responses they generated, it was found that if human beings are doing it, it will take almost about 10,000 years, because so unique moves were done by and this is then the power of artificial intelligence was very strongly discovered. Same algorithms are being used. You are hearing about ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4.0, Copilot, all these programs are there. They are being used also by the scrupulous agents to find what can be the new molecules, what can be the new chemicals who can give a boost to the addiction or to the dependence, or which can give a better kick than the drugs, and they have found out, which I'll show you shortly. Synthetic drugs are narrowing gender gap. Now females were taking lesser drugs, but now that gap is reducing, and in certain areas the sedatives are being taken by more number of females than males. Drastic contraction of the Afghan opiate, yet there have been rise in methamphetamine, emergence of synthetic opioid, lethal use has been going up, drug delivery system has been negatively impacting. These are the roots of methamphetamine trade. Then contraband smuggling in the Indian Ocean region is being shown here. What kind of drugs? These are latest figures of up to May 2024. I'm showing you the latest figures of weekly maritime security. That is what happened last week in the Indian Ocean region. These kind of seizures had taken place. This is of the Indian Ocean region last week, from 13 to 19 June. All these data and details are there, which will be very useful. I'm giving you here also the summary case-wise here, where you find kendo leaves, cannabis, liquor, all these kind of things. That shows the convergence of the same root. And here you will find cannabis again. These have been, see here, there was something which I wanted to tell you. On the 18th of June, India, Arabian Sea, second number 18, of Jakhau, Bhuj, Gujarat, next door, cannabis 31 packets washed ashore. That is, they were found at the shore and they are being investigated from where they had originated, but it is yielding very interesting results. Maybe in the days to come, I'll be able to share with you as to what kind of a... Now, these are the roots about methamphetamine and ketamine. These are the roots about, again about ketamine and how, but more important thing is that these are the reports which have come up that Canberra's pill testing results confirm that ketamine is often another drug. This is something very disturbing, which in the morning session, the Honorable Vice Chancellor had pointed out, Dr. Vyas had pointed out that the seizure is being done and reported as ketamine. Ketamine is found in sample to be 20%. Yet, remaining 80% is not tested. And that remaining 80% is far more dangerous and potent. That is something which is very worrying, and that neither our law enforcement agencies are aware, nor forensic agencies are aware, nor we have taken the legislative steps to counter it. This is something which, as an FSU, probably you may like to ponder upon, because this is the area of new psychoactive substances. Department of Revenue had funded a project of almost about rupees 5 crores in 2019. There are two surveys, incidentally. First survey was done by, of course, UNODC, second was done by NDDTC, and the third survey, that is the drug abuse report of 2019, was brought about by the NDDTC, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, in 2019. Yet there is a proposal for a new survey which is under drafting stage, and it will take place. These surveys and this synthetic drug survey have yielded very different results. Synthetic drug survey, which happened in 2020, report was submitted in 2023, has shown such 23 samples of chemicals which have been found in the blood of the patients who are getting treated, in their urine samples. Yet they are neither in the banned or prevented list, nor they are, therefore, because they are not in the list, therefore law enforcement agencies are also not aware of it. So this is a situation which is more worrisome. And these are just 23 which have been noticed, otherwise there can be more. Why? Because there are, today, UNODC has 1,232 new psychoactive substances registered and noted with them. I'll come to that quickly. UK tourists warned over pink cocaine. Now this is pink. This report is of the, as you can see, 23rd April. Pink cocaine. Now pink cocaine was interlaced with certain chemicals, which I'll show you. Methamphetamine seized by NCB 12,000 crores, but complete testing not done. Now these are the chemicals which I have been mentioning. Nitazene. I don't know if NFSU has tested nitazene or not, but the potency of nitazene, you can see, butonitazene is 5 times more powerful than heroin. And last one you are seeing is atonitazene is 1,000 times more potent than heroin. What does it mean? That 1 kilogram of atonitazene is equal to 1 ton of heroin. Now, it is cut with the coffee. Fentanyl, 100 kilogram of coffee cut with 1 kilogram of fentanyl. Cut means mix. And then you take 1 spoon of coffee in the milk, and it will keep a person out for 48 hours. That is the potency. If it is packed in a nice looking Nescafe kind of jar and sold, it will be extremely difficult for the law enforcement agencies to detect or even stop it. So these are the things which are worrisome, where one has to be. These are the kind of psychoactive substances. Now the latest one which has been discovered, I'll show you, is 2F2XO-PCE, new synthetic hallucinogen identified in recreational drug markets across North America. This is the toxicology of it, and these are the things which probably may interest most of you. These have been found interlaced in ketamine, captagon, ecstasy, different kind of drugs, and they pose a serious problem. These are the things which I don't have to give you in detail. I'll quickly glance through it. These are the major trafficking route, Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent. These are the major seizures which have taken place. This is the preference for synthetic methamphetamine. If you make it from ephedra plant, you need 100 and almost about 200 kg of dried plant to make 1 kilogram of methamphetamine. But with ephedrine directly from chemical, if you make 1.75 kilogram of chemical can yield 1 kilogram. So that is the difference between organic methamphetamine and synthetic, only to show that. This is the factory. Situation in Kashmir, people talk about Punjab, but situation in Kashmir is very grave also. These are the published reports. One drug menace is bigger threat than militancy, over 75% jump, which means that close to 5 patients walk into DDC Srinagar every hour and 114 every day. Drone trafficking is there. FIRs related to NDPS Act, all these are published reports. Drone trafficking is there. NCB has started doing investigations into it, but these drones, they throw across. They come with a very great speed, carry just 500 grams, drop it and go back. Now it is difficult to track them, and they drop it somewhere in the open field, different to locate, and by the time you go, how it is investigated is something very interesting. We have been seeing, observing, guiding also, because investigation becomes very difficult as to who has dropped now. So a very huge intensive investigations have taken place. There's a different technique of putting everybody in surveillance, and then so it's a detailed technique which we can share later for your information, you should know. But this is also, besides the aerial drug trafficking, also the sea drug trafficking is coming up. Now, UNODC has suggested that you take a systems analysis and systems approach. What does it mean? That when you detect, you start making a complete chain of the entire system of right from the first seizure to the last stage, and do a comprehensive investigation. I'll give you a small example. In Pune, ATS, Anti-Terror Squad, now it has been converted to ANTF, Anti-Narcotics Terror Force, but at that time, 2 years back, one year back rather, before ANTF first time met, the ATS of Pune seized 200 grams of methamphetamine, heroin. How it was caught? Methamphetamine was caught, 200 grams of methamphetamine. How it was caught was that a person was trying to smuggle it out export it out in shirts. Shirt exporter, the person who was packing the export consignment, was putting 10 gram of methamphetamine in plastic pouches between the fold of the shirt, and shirts were being packed. Now, 20 shirts were such, and a consignment of 2,000 shirts, 20 shirts were such that 10 gram each methamphetamine was there. It is very difficult to catch. But how it happened? Because his associate had some dispute about sharing of the booty. So he went and reported to the police station. The person whom he reported was also, the ATS person was also present. He took cognizance, raided, and found it. Now, 200 grams of methamphetamine advertised, take the value of 1 crore rupees a kilogram, 20 lakh seizure, a big report came over. Yet, when a comprehensive investigation took place, through this packer, it came out that this packer was also a grudging element. He wanted to take revenge from his own master who was regularly exporting. So he said, I will also try and make money. He stole a part of it, 200 grams, and tried to export himself. And for the second time he was caught. First time he was not caught. That is what he said. Master was investigated, owner was investigated. Raids took place at 6 places. Raids took place in a number of precursor factories, ephedrine factories in Gujarat, from where the raw material was supplied. In total, the precursor and the finished product seized were almost about 2,500 kilograms, 2.5 tons. Now, NDPS Act, as amended in 1988, that 1988 convention also provided that the money earned with this can also be seized. So the money which was earned was also located, and property and cash worth rupees 40 crore were seized. The investigation is still on. So just by 200 grams of methamphetamine, this kind of systemic approach can lead to very successful breaking of the backbone by the law enforcement agencies. This is what we have been emphasizing. Next is, therefore, transnational problems cannot be addressed with the cryptocurrency, money laundering, all these things are involved. It was getting exported, so therefore other agencies are also involved of different countries, cannot be solved by nation alone. It requires coordinated responses, international cooperation, capacity building of personnel. Intelligence-led law enforcement is there. It is not always by chance you get it. So therefore, intelligence-led law enforcement is required. Guided operational deployments are there. That is, you should be free to deploy forces from one place to other rather than keeping fixed forces. Today we do not have guided deployments. You have a sanctioned strength and working strength, and they are placed there and they'll remain there. So this is not the guided deployment. It should be a guided deployment. That is what we want to say. Information and intelligence sharing between LEAs is very important. CORD is, National Coordination Committee is there, but sharing of intelligence is not there. A lot has been said about data sharing and data analytics, but I'm also a part of the National Customs Targeting Center, which is being established, but we find what great difficulty is in data fidelity and data analytics also. Passenger versus cargo versus mail parcels. Every day, almost about 2 crore mail parcels arrive in the country. About 1.9 crore passengers travel daily. So it is a very vulnerable situation. And therefore, there has to be a technology by which you can see and control it. So hitting at the root is that drug trafficking is mainly for the gain of financial gains. Therefore, financial investigation and financial literacy is a must. With these words, I wanted to show you, this is not live, but I have a live chart. That early warning advisory talks portal is there. You can become a member. You can have a password, and you can see dynamically it keeps on showing the latest data globally, and it is being updated on regular basis. And this you can have access for all kinds of data analytics. With these words, I think I have rushed it. I stop it here. There is a lot to talk, and therefore, as and whenever you want, we are there. Thank you very much. I think it got exceeded by about 3-4 minutes. I wanted to finish up by 1:30, but thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful details. And it is an exclusive release of World Drug Report, which has been released today by the United Nations. And sir has discussed all the details of that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Such a short notice you have granted us this opportunity to be enlightened with your wonderful words. Now I'll request, sir, Zonal Director of NCB, Ketan Patil, sir, to felicitate, sir.
It's my honor to.
Yes. This is very much in-house. You are asking NCB to do this, sir.
sir. For our next expert lecture, we have with us Dr. Parleen Manavadaria, an esteemed psychiatrist at the Anand Multi-Speciality Hospital in Gandhinagar. We have her here to share her views on drug dependence and de-addiction and what a perspective of a psychiatrist brings to this forum. Ma'am, we welcome you.
Hello, and a very good afternoon to one and all. I know that we are very hungry and feeling a bit sleepy too, right? First of all, I would like to thank NFSU and all the dignitaries, esteemed dignitaries, for considering the psychopharmacological aspect as well and inviting us to highlight few of our share. So having a quick overview from an eagle eye point, we'll move forward with the psychopharmacological aspect mainly because already Puvi ma'am and Jayan sir has wonderfully concluded all the parts, including statistical parts and the facts, international facts, as well as law enforcement, including NDPS. So we'll go forward with the theme of drug dependence and de-addiction on the eve of International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Substances. This year's theme is the evidence is clear and invest in prevention. As we all know, as per the medical science, our dictum is prevention is always better than cure. So this is a very important perspective, the prevention. So moving forward, we'll start with the basics of drug. What is drug actually? According to DSM-5-TR, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders, version 5th TR, it is defined as a substance rather than drug. So any chemical substance which upon administration into the living organism produces change in its physiology and psychology is called a drug or substance. So which are the modes of administration? Injection, inhalation, we all know the different modes. Injection, inhalation, administration via skin patch, smoking, suppositories, pessaries, sublingual mode of administration, insufflation or nasal spray. These are the mode of administration and commonly used substances, as Sir has mentioned specifically about the newer psychoactive substances, which are the matter of concern nowadays, because we clinically also, we are talking here more of clinical point of view. Clinically also we are coming across various patients using this kind of psychoactive substances, specifically ketamine, because in the field of psychiatry, ketamine is being introduced as a treatment, a wonderful treatment in the field of acute suicidality. And it is giving a wonderful results. So there is abuse potential for this substance also. Moving forward to commonly used substance being alcohol. We are talking about the illicit drugs, so considering further cannabis, different kind of cannabis like charas, ganja, hashish, bhang, dagga, weed, plant, pot, etc. Opioids, synthetic opioids as well as natural opioids, morphine, heroin, codeine, folcodeine, buprenorphine, tramadol, fentanyl, etc. Then the another thing is spasmoproxy-1. As Sir has pointed out rightly that there are a lot many substances which are approved by the market for the medicinal use, medicinal purposes. This spasmoproxy-1 is being encountered frequently in our clinical practice. It is a combination of different kind of painkillers along with tramadol or opioid. And increasing use of it is the thing which we are seeing in practice. psychostimulants like amphetamines, cocaine. The other thing, MDMA, as Sir has pointed out, methylene deoxymethamphetamine, popularly known as MD, which is costing very much. This is also being encountered, specifically from the belt of Rajasthan and periphery of North Gujarat. We are having patients using MD, which is popularly known as ecstasy also. The other ones are hallucinogens or psychomimetic substances or psychoactive substances or psychostimulants. Ketamine falls into this class. LSD, lysergic acid diethylamine. Psilocybin, mescaline, phencyclidine, these are the other substances. Then the sedative, hypnotics, and anxiolytic drugs, which are often being prescribed by psychiatrists and other medical fraternity, and abuse of such kind of drugs are very much prevalent. Inhalants in the form of solvents or propellants, be it thinners, be it whitener, be it hairspray, be it paint spray, this kind of substances are also being used. And last but not the least, tobacco, nicotine is there. We are already being updated with the data of 2022 by Chancellor. Then moving further with the terminologies, which are defined by DSM-5-TR for the diagnosis of substance use disorder. Rather than being it called addiction, it is being called substance use disorder. Because how do you feel if you are being called an addict? Anyone? कैसा लगेगा आपको अगर आपको कोई दारूड़िया, नशेड़ी, गंजेड़ी ऐसा कुछ बोले? So as ma'am has pointed out rightly, there must be an empathetic point of view, even into the diagnosis. So from that point of view, DSM-5-TR has concluded this part as a substance use disorder. So what is previously used term was dependence, drug dependence. So what is dependence? It is a pattern of recurrent or repeated use of drug or a chemical substance, which comprises of three things: behavioral dependence, psychological dependence, and physiological dependence or physical dependence. So what is physical dependence? It is an altered physiological state caused by repeated administration of substance and cessation of which results in a specific syndrome. So it's has to do with our physiology. And we have physical symptoms in this kind of dependence. The another aspect is behavioral dependence, into which we have the person who is into substance abuse has seeking behavior for the substance. And there are related pathological evidence for pathological use patterns, which are deviating from the social and medicinal norms, societal norms. Then the third perspective is psychological dependence. And this is a continuous or intermittent craving, which is present there to avoid the dysphoric states arising with the deprivation or cessation of the drug use. So when these three dimensions are there, we can say that substance use disorder is there in a specific person. Moving further to the other terminologies. What is abuse? Difference between addiction, abuse, misuse. Abuse is the thing into which one is self-administrating the substance, not out of the prescription. Self-administration of a substance in a manner deviating from the social and medicinal norms. Misuse is similar to it, but it is used specifically, misuse word, for the prescribed drug only, right? Then the addiction is repeated and increased use of substance which upon deprivation gives rise to specific syndrome which comprises of distress and craving, leading to mental and physical deterioration. When excessive amount of substance has been ingested or taken, there is a state called intoxication. Intoxication is a reversible syndrome caused by specific substance affecting mental, social, occupational, and behavioral aspects. All kind of aspects. See, in the field of psychiatry or psychology, we can say that any deviation from normalcy is when we are having, or patient or client is having, any kind of social, occupational, financial, or academic impairment in the fields. So when we are having the usage of substance in an excess manner which is interfering or impairing all the aspects, then we can say that it is a use disorder, right? Then the withdrawal syndrome, or abstinence or discontinuation syndrome in the other terms. It is a substance-specific syndrome which is occurring after reducing or stopping the amount of the substance which has been taken for the prolonged period of time, characterized by physiological and psychological symptoms or issues. Then the other thing is tolerance. What is tolerance? It is a state, physiologic state, into which increasingly large amount of substance is needed to produce the similar effect which person is having with the original dose. So after having a chronic administration of substance, we do have tolerance levels. So we have to increase, the person has to increase the amount of intake to have the similar effect, or to have that high which was there previously with the original minimal amount. Then the other thing is codependence. It is very much important, as we have talked already about the empathetic approach and caregiver part and the holistic approach in the caregiving section. Codependence is reaction of a family member. Reaction of a family member in the form of they are being affected by the behavior of substance abuser, or their expressed emotions are affecting, or enabling phenomenon. There is a terminology called enabling. Enabling is a pattern or behavior of family member into which they are providing support or reinforcing in an unconscious way the substance abuser to take or go towards the substance abuse. So in either enabling or being affected and having an expressed emotion, this both things from the family member is also a major part of concern in our point of view. So if a person is fitting into the all terminologies which we had discussed, it is being said that patient is having, or a client is having, substance use disorder, and we must go further for the intervention and treatment part. So looking on moving further regarding the etiology or causative factors, disposition to use drugs, there are many factors. It's in case of psychology or psychiatry, each disorder is characterized by a multifactorial thing. It is a very complex thing. We are having a biopsychosocial model into which biological and genetic factors, social factors, as well as psychodynamic factors are affecting at various levels and different aspects. So the learning model is there, is being displayed. Either client is having approach learning to a substance, or either it is having a avoidance learning to a substance, which is being affected by social and individual factors, which could be the antecedents and the consequences. The antecedents might be early learning. Conditioning is, for an example, एक simple बात है, हमारा brain है ना एक बच्चे जैसा है. कंडीशनिंग मीन्स अगर कोई बच्चा है छोटा सा, हमने उसको बोला कि वहाँ पे वो पतीला रखा हुआ है, उसमें गर्म दूध है, वो गर्म है, आप जाके छूना मत. वो नहीं मानेगा, एक लेवल पे नहीं मानेगा. जब वो जाके छू के आएगा तभी मानेगा. हाँ, क्यों? क्योंकि उसको एक्सपीरियंस हुआ, नहीं गर्म है, फिर वो चीज़ अवॉइड करेगा. सेम वे ब्रेन ऑपरेट्स एट दैट लेवल in all the reward system. Drug dependence is basically because of activation of the reward system, the dopamine pathway. If we talk from the neurochemical point of view, the dopamine release, which is a kind of happy hormone, the serotonin release, which is also another happy hormone. These are the dependence producing factors. So repeated highs are there because of activation of rewarding system. So conditioning is very much important. Negative conditioning as well as positive conditioning. So these are the factors which are having a positive conditioning as well as negative conditioning. Early learning, drug experience, genetic endowment. See, in clinical practice, we have come across with the multiple patients, and we realize that genetic endowment is something which is very much important in the state of dependence, in the state of chronic addiction. Because we have seen a lot of patients in hierarchy, मतलब उसके परदादा, दादा, उसके पापा, फिर वो सब एक ही लाइन पे है, because of genetic predisposition. So this is a field where we have to look further into much deeper state. So another thing, psychological factors, mood states, withdrawal states, expectation, and if we go for the distal antecedents, peer pressure, societal pressures, psychosocial factors, these are the very much important factors. Drug abuse, chronic drug use results in a state of neuroadaptation. Neuroadaptation is a biological thing into which a tolerance, which we already discussed. Tolerance develops because of neuroadaptation, because our neurons are being or getting adapted to certain kind of substance, presence of certain kind of substance into our body. And this neuroadaptation leads to tolerance and further determination of usage of drug. The most important thing which we consider is psychiatric comorbidities. If a person is having or consuming substance in a pathological form, in an excess manner, in a chronic point of time, then there are possibilities that he or she must be having underlying psychological problem. The most common being bipolar mood disorders and personality disorders. Personality disorders, we have borderline personality disorder as well as antisocial personality disorder. Anyone aware about personality disorder? See, this borderline personality disorder is something which we believe that we are facing difficulty to tackle, because it's a state of mind into which person is having insight. Insight means he or she might have awareness that something is going wrong, but not able to accept it. And typically in our culture, where we are on the juncture of, see, it's being called borderline personality disorder, because हम सभी aspects में इस चीज़ में border पे खड़े हुए हैं. We are considering the orthodox aspects also, and we are trying to be liberal also in certain point of view. तो इस चीज़ में बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिखती है, जैसे young generations में we are coming across with self-harm and mutilation, which is very much common in borderline personality disorder. So this borderline personality disorder patients are having a different mood states, frequent mood swings, uncontrollable anger, fear of abandonment, fear of criticism, the all or none, the extreme devaluation or idealization of the person. This kind of things which are not being handled properly by them, and they are having a kind of shortcut in the form of drug abuse. so they are more vulnerable. The other part is bipolar mood disorder, into which we are having two poles. The person is swinging between the two poles of depression or mania. Depression is a state, everybody must be aware about depression, right? What is depression? अभी सबको इधर उधर यहाँ वहाँ सबको डिप्रेशन ही डिप्रेशन है, आप सब लोग जानते हो, ठीक है ना. टेम्पररी डिप्रेशन आ जाता है, एडजस्टमेंट रिलेटेड डिप्रेशन आ जाता है, सबको रिलेशनशिप में डिप्रेशन आता है. तो दैट इज अ वन डायमेंशन विच इज कॉल्ड डिप्रेशन, एंड द ऑपोजिट ऑफ विच इज कॉल्ड मैनिया, जिसमें आप जो भी करो मेरे को कुछ नहीं, मैं अपनी दुनिया में मस्त हूँ. डिप्रेशन में पर्सन खुद सफ़र करता है, मैनिया में आजू बाजू वाले सफ़र करते हैं, वो एकदम मज़े में रहता है, ऐसा है. देन इन स्टेट ऑफ मैनिया there are chances that person goes into the state of substance abuse, as well as in depression also. But as compared to depression, in manic states, person is having a state of vulnerability. Rather, उनका energy potential इतना ज़्यादा रहता है कि they are vulnerable for indulging into the activities which are potentially hazardous or dangerous. So this state of mind is very important. So in case of your practice also, you have to analyze or evaluate regarding this kind of mental state also. Then other things are major depressive disorder, which is depression and anxiety. In this state of minds, the most commonly used substance are sedative hypnotics, smoking, and alcohol, most commonly. Then psychotic disorders and schizophrenia. This is something which is the worst thing in the field of psychiatry. Schizophrenia or psychotic disorder, into which the person loses connection, disconnects with the reality, is not able to understand, loses his insight that something might be wrong with him or her. So in this, specifically in the psychotic and schizophrenic patients, we are having use of, we have been seen that they are having abuse of nicotine in various form. Nicotine vape, अभी नया है ना, नया चला है ना, वैपिंग, तो वो सब चीज़ इसमें देखने को मिलती है. It is being said in our textbooks that substance abusers are 20 times more likely to die by suicide. So you see at the facts of mortality, 20 times more likely to die by suicide. So this area is also a matter of concern. Then moving further to the part of treatment part, where we come into the picture. It is divided into the 5 stages, the stages of recovery, which is being called. First stage is pre-contemplation. Then the second one is contemplation. Then the other one is preparation. Then comes action. And the last but not the least is maintenance. So, starting with the pre-contemplation phase. In this phase, see, everybody is in the phase of denial. कोई भी बंदा रहता है ना, मैंने जैसे बोला, किसी को अच्छा नहीं लगता ना, हम किसी को गंजेड़ी बोले, नशेड़ी बोले, किसी को अच्छा लगता है being called in such an offensive way. So the state of denial, and it is a very crucial stage, because ये state of denial जब रहता है ना, उसको तोड़ना, confrontation comes into this stage. बंदा खुद भी डिनाइल में रहता है, उसके फैमिली मेंबर्स भी डिनाइल में रहते हैं. So here comes the role of psychologist as well as psychiatrist. It is a defensive state. When you start confronting the person, he's being like, I am not an abuser, or I am not an addict. I have been using drug very rarely, occasionally, only on parties, right? So our motto at this stage is, we are not trying to confront. We are talking about the practical point of view. हम क्या करते हैं clinical practice में? We are not confronting directly the patient or the people. Rather, what we do is we are trying to make him aware regarding the consequences of the substance use, regarding the harmful impacts, physical as well as psychological harmful impacts of the substance, how it is interfering all the aspects, biological, psychological, financial, occupational, academic, all the aspects. And we also make them aware regarding the benefits of, advantages of a state of recovery or abstinence from the substance. So these are the primary things. And at this stage, family is very much important, as we had discussed. Family part is very much important because expressed emotions of family. Burnout हो जाता है ना, caregiver burnout रहता है कि भाई कब से कर रहे हैं, there are relapse rate is very much high in case of all substances. So उनको ऐसा लगता है कि this is the person who is doing by himself. तो उनको पहले समझाना पड़ता है कि it is a state of disorder, biological disorder too. So take it into that way, and we have to do something collaboratively, in a collaborative way, in an integrated way. So it is a challenging aspect into it. The second stage is contemplation, into which the person comes into a state of mind where he hesitates in acceptance that there might be something wrong. He has awareness about the process of recovery, कि मैं ये बंद कर दूंगा तो मेरी life में क्या क्या अच्छा हो जाएगा. He is ready to accept the process, and he is considering to making change. He is convinced to make the change. This is the second stage of contemplation. And there comes preparation, into which he has the strong desire for sobriety, and he is taking actionable steps into the process of recovery. And finally, ultimately, he or she comes into the stage of action where there is a strong determination, and they come forward to seek a professional help in the form of psychological help as well as pharmacological help. And there, the last thing is maintenance phase, into which this is the final stage. And what we do in this stage is maintenance of lifestyle modification, which we had already administered, as well as prevent the relapse rates. Identifying the factors which are contributing in the relapse of drug use and modifying it. So in the treatment part, we had already discussed all the things. In intervention, confrontation of the drug abuser, making them aware about the denial state, information about contribution to their substance into altered physical and mental state, educating them about the benefits of abstinence and recovery. Already discussed the family part also. This is the area specifically where, being a doctor, we are in the picture. Being a MD, we are in the picture, because detoxification is the state where we have to do the complete physical examination, because there are many side effects of drug abuse or drug use. ऊपर से नीचे तक सब कुछ हिला हुआ होता है. बीपी बढ़ गया है, शुगर बढ़ गया है, क्या हो रहा है पता नहीं है, पेशेंट डेलीरियस स्टेट में है, क्या बोल रहा है, कहाँ जा रहा है, कौन आ रहा है, वो दिख रहा है, ये दिख रहा है. This is the state. The severe form of substance use. Alcohol specifically, cannabis. What I would like to share is, cannabis is the worst form of drug use we have encountered, because उसका कुछ specific antidote नहीं है, जैसा alcohol का है, शायद opioid का है. And it is, in young generation specifically, इतना कुछ इसके बारे में बढ़ चढ़कर कहा जा रहा है, या फिर इतना एक level of acceptance आ गया है इसके लिए. हम जब पढ़ते थे ना, तब we had encountered that weed is being cultivated in our farms, on our hostel campuses. So this is this much prevalent. And the worst form of cannabis use, बंदा जब पूरा पागल होता है तभी आता है हमारे पास. और इसमें ऐसा होके ही रहता है, कैनबिस यूज, चरस, गांजा, वीड specifically. At Gandhinagar also specifically, all the gully nukkad wale cigarettes, they are being adulterated with ganja and charas. Simple form of बीड़ी और cigarette हमने नहीं देखा आज तक. So this is the area. At grassroots level, we have to work for these things. So we have to look for the treatment part of the withdrawal symptoms as well as treatment of the comorbidities, pharmacological treatment into which we are giving injections, IV fluids, supplemental therapies, substitution therapies, opioid substitution therapies, alcohol के लिए जो भी antidotes है वो सब. Then here comes the last part, rehabilitation, where relapse prevention is must. And for that, we go for the psychotherapies and counseling, psychoeducating the patients and family members about the substance use, individual therapies, family therapies, occupational therapies to make them or drive them into the mainstream of work. So these are the area of concern where we are working, being a professional in the field of psychiatry. Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much for your lecture, ma'am. Now I would like to request Jilja ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Parleen with a token of gratitude. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we all can proceed for lunch. The delegates are requested to go to the international guest house for their lunch, and the students are requested to go to the VIP mess. Thank you. We will see each other back in 45 minutes from now, that is at 2:45 for the panel discussions. Thank you so much.
All the students are requested to come back. After the lunch, we have panel discussions, okay? So please be back, those who have registered.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now be proceeding with our panel discussions. Our first panel discussion would be revolving around the topic minimum analytical criteria and uniform reporting. And on this panel, we have 4 esteemed guests that I request to take the seat on the dais as I announce them. First and foremost, we have Dr. Pankaj from FSL of Chhattisgarh. Can we please have Dr. Pankaj on the dais? Next, we have Srimati Karishma from FSL of Haryana. Ma'am, we request you to take your seat on the dais. Moving ahead, we have Dr. Sandeep Tomar from FSL of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, sir. And our final panelist is Shri Santosh Tripathi, sir, from FSL of Delhi. Now I would like to invite the moderator of today's first panel discussion, Dr. Ajay Soni, sir. Sir, please take your seat. Handing it over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. So we are having this panel discussion, and I welcome to the dignitaries coming from different forensic science laboratories. So, sir, as we are having the topic for today's discussion is minimum criteria for reporting, first one, and second one is uniform reporting pattern. So, I will start from Pankajji, and we will restrict specifically to the NDPS cases examinations. So, we can continue in any of the language, Hindi, English, no issue, sir. What you feel, sir, regarding what should be the minimum criteria for examination of NDPS cases and how Chhattisgarh FSL is doing? You kindly.
Hello. Firstly, we are going through a screening test, like 2 or 3 screening tests, that is a presumptive test. Then later on we are doing confirmation test by the sophisticated instruments like FTIR, UV and GCMSMS. So we are reporting on the basis of these parameters.
So, sir, in this case, every case, whether we are going all these use of
yes,
all the techniques?
In every case, each and every case we are doing like this.
Okay.
We are following the same protocol.
Okay, sir. In every case, you are following the same protocol. So, I mean to say, sir, what is the approximate load of your laboratory monthly, sir?
We don't have that much load at this moment.
Okay.
We are working well in the NDPS section.
Okay.
We are working well in the NDPS section.
Okay, so, sir, not much pendency so far.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
like we are reporting within a week.
Within a week.
Maximum.
Apart from that, sir, when we discuss about these criteria of reporting and all, what kind of, sir, standards or references you are following for that?
We are having some issues with the procurement of standards. We don't have that much standards. So that should be taken care of, because we are having some issues with procuring these standards.
So I mean, sir, reference standard means
reference standard.
Not reference means I will say manuals and all those I am talking about.
We are having in-house manuals.
Okay, in-house manual.
We are referring that DFSS manual, as well as we have our own in-house protocols and manuals.
Okay, sir. So what else? If you want to tell something, we will again round up. Meanwhile, I'll say to request to Karishma madam. And madam, welcome once again. Would you like to say something about this reporting and all?
We are following analytical techniques, different analytical techniques, similar as Sir said that we are using analytical techniques, preliminary test, and then after confirmatory test, and then after instrumentation. We are using instrumentation techniques for analyzing. But in Haryana, there is pendency is very large.
about 3,000 cases are pending. So MO is signed with NFSU. So main reason, the main problem is Haryana is the shortage of manpower and improvised equipments. We are very shortage of equipments. We have only GCMS and a UV spectrophotometer, and another improvised techniques such as MS is not available in Haryana. So we are facing challenges.
इस तरह की मैडम जैसे कठिनाइयाँ आप क्या रहती हैं, तो मैनुअल है सर, इस saying कि हम इंटरनेशनली जो फॉलो कर लेते हैं या DFSS
we are following UNODC manuals, our in-house manuals, and even DFSS manuals for analyzing protocols जो भी हैं वो फॉलो कर रहे हैं.
जैसे मैडम if we consider for that, अगर हम botanical substance if we talk about like cannabis or opium or like that, तो उनका एनालिटिकल प्रोटोकॉल कुछ अलग है, सिंथेटिक ड्रग्स का कुछ अलग है, आपके यहाँ कैसा?
बिल्कुल सर, जो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं. प्लांट बेस्ड ड्रग्स की एनालिसिस का जो है प्रिलिमिनरी टेस्ट हैं और जो माइक्रोस्कोपिक एग्जामिनेशन है, इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट बोटेनिकल उसमें नहीं रहती. बहुत रेयर केसेस में कि अगर कंपोनेंट नहीं डिटेक्ट हो रहा है तो भी तब हम इंस्ट्रूमेंट पे उसके लिखते हैं, वरना
यूजुअली जैसे मैडम कैनाबिस के केस में ही लेते हैं, तो इन केस ऑफ कैनाबिस people are not using instrumentation usually in the state forensic science laboratory. They go with the analysis utilizing thin layer chromatography and all. So but when we look at the manuals, उन manuals में test already prescribed हैं.
Yes.
तो क्या ये कभी हमारे इस रिपोर्टिंग के लिए चैलेंज या इस तरह से नहीं होगा मैडम? You don't feel like that?
होना तो नहीं चाहिए इसमें, क्योंकि इन क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस की बात कर रहे हैं, तो क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस कैनाबिस की कहीं भी नहीं हो रही है.
क्वालिटेटिव बोल रहा हूँ मैडम, जैसे क्वालिटेटिव एनालिसिस के लिए थ्रू इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन लाइक
तो अभी तक तो ऐसा कोई इशू आया नहीं है कोर्ट्स में या ऐसा कुछ चैलेंज हमें तो कुछ.
ओके, सो आई विल टेक अनदर राउंड. तोमर सर नमस्कार. सर माय पॉइंट इज दैट सर मध्य प्रदेश के पर्सपेक्टिव से सर आप कुछ बताइए कि जिससे सर हमको ऐसा कुछ हो कि हमारी जो रिपोर्ट्स कोर्ट में फेस जा रही हैं. बिकॉज व्हाट आई फील इज दैट कि एज अ मैनुअल एग्जिस्ट, इट इज अ डॉक्यूमेंट विच एग्जिस्ट, इट कैन बी रेफर्ड बाय द प्रोसिक्यूशन और द फॉरेंसिक साइंटिस्ट. एट द सेम टाइम इट कैन बी रेफर्ड बाय डिफेंस काउंसिल ऑल्सो. वन डे if in a court if you are approaching with your report and if someone will question that you have not complied with the protocol or you have not followed the guidelines, तो सर उस स्थिति में हमको कुछ कठिनाई हो सकती है क्या सर?
मैं थोड़ा क्या बैक में जाके बताना चाहता हूँ.
बिल्कुल सर.
जैसे NDPS एक्ट है, किसी से गांजा पकड़ा गया तो 8/20 NDPS लग जाता है. चाहे वो तमिलनाडु में पकड़ा जाए गांजा, चाहे MP में, चाहे UP में, एक ही एक्ट लगेगा. पर जब उसका एनालिसिस होता है तो सब अलग अलग ढंग से करते हैं. कुछ 2 मेथड लगाएंगे, कुछ 3 लगाएंगे, कुछ अलग लगाएंगे, और फिर जब उसकी रिपोर्टिंग होती है तो वो भी अलग ढंग से होती है. अब ऐसा तो है नहीं कि जो रिपोर्ट है वो एक ही स्टेट में रह जाए. कभी दूसरी स्टेट को भी ज़रूरत पड़ती है, कभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी जाती है, कभी डिफेंस के वकील को दूसरी स्टेट की रिपोर्ट भी मिल सकती है. उन्होंने कहा साहब इनने तो ये वाला एग्जामिनेशन किया ही नहीं है. तो ऐसी स्थिति में थोड़ा अपन को सोचना पड़ेगा कि यूनिफॉर्मिटी आए. पर फिर दूसरी तरफ ये भी है कि हर स्टेट की समस्या भी अलग अलग है. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, फाइनेंशियल पोजीशन. तो फिर एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम अपन को बनाना पड़ेगा जिससे कम से कम जितनी यूनिफॉर्मिटी कम से कम आ सके उतनी तो आ जाए, जिससे नहीं तो आगे की दिक्कतें खत्म हो. मेरा ये कहना है. अच्छा 5 में लगे, ठीक है. तो अभी तो MP में TLC के बेस पे हो रहा है मेनली और कलर टेस्ट के बेस पे. दिसंबर तक हमारे पास GCMS वगैरह सब आ जाएंगे इंस्ट्रूमेंट, तो उनका भी यूज़ करने लगेंगे. पर रिपोर्टिंग पैटर्न और इसमें थोड़ी यूनिफॉर्मिटी, पूरी नहीं, एक जैसा तो संभव ही नहीं होता, फिर भी जितनी हो सके तो अच्छा है.
त्रिपाठी सर, स्वागत आपका.
धन्यवाद.
So, sir, if you would like to tell something about the reporting in Delhi FSL, although Delhi FSL is one of the most equipped laboratory, if we'll talk about the state FSL, so what kind of challenges you are facing regarding this analysis and reporting, sir?
Beside the first, being Delhi the center of this nation, so we are getting samples, different kind of samples, starting from opium and opioid alkaloids like heroin, cocaine, LSD, and so many synthetic drugs like mephedrone, caffeine, then ephedrine, pseudoephedrine, all these sorts. So we are getting. So the challenges is there, of course. The most important challenges is we are giving a report, and when we are giving a report and we are facing in the court of law, whether we are substantiating our report or guarding our reporters, we are standing by our report or not. Most of the time, so in Delhi particularly, throughout the India, the Defense Council is they are very advanced, you can say.
Well aware.
You can say that I can say they can baal se khal nikal lete hain, us type ka. So they ask such type of questions. So that's why our report should be robust. There should not be anything left that the report should not address. But regarding, I can say that we follow working procedure manual. Working procedure manual is based on United Nations methods, testing methods. And in testing methods, there are color test and the techniques of chromatography and spectroscopy. We are following all the three parameters: color test, chromatography, and spectroscopy. In color test, the tests are defined for different substances. Say for heroin, there is Marquis test. Say for cocaine, there is Scott test. So different tests. Say for ganja, there is fast blue test and Duganes test. So these are different color tests. We are doing different color test specifics. Now we are coming to thin layer chromatography. Even in that manual, it is sufficient that if we are following 3 different solvent system and 2 different spray reagent, also that is enough to reporting. As per UNDOC manual, that is also enough. So thin layer chromatography is there, and there is a mass GCMS. That is one of the best instrument to profiling this substance. For example, suppose there is heroin sample we are analyzing in this GCMS. So we are getting heroin. SAR is addressed, BCSR, Honorable BCSR is addressed that you are reporting heroin, but we are reporting along with heroin 6 monoacetyl morphine. We get 6 monoacetyl morphine only as a degradation product of heroin. If there is no heroin, there is no 6 monoacetyl morphine. We will get 3 monoacetyl morphine, codeine, acetyl codeine. So, because this is a synthetic product, heroin is a synthetic product. Well, a synthetic product, it is prepared from morphine, which is again prepared from opium. And in opium, there is 85 alkaloids. And there are 5 major alkaloids. We get derivatives of major alkaloids, some of the, like codeine, at least codeine, morphine, diacetyl morphine, along with diacetyl morphine. So we are reporting all this. And one of the most important instrument is FTIR. FTIR is, there is a fingerprint region. In UV spectroscopy, there is a fingerprint region. Every chemical and drug has its basic fingerprint region. So whatever the drug may be, we follow this protocol, color test, then thin layer chromatography, GCMS. If we get struck, then we go to this FTIR. UV is there, of course. Then one of the important instrument we never mentioned, that is HPTLC. HPTLC, one of the low-cost, robust instrument in analysis of drugs. So we are following all this, and at the end of the reporting pattern, we have to defend our report in the honorable court of law. Whatever will be the question, our report and our presentation in the courts should be sufficient, and it should be in such a manner that a layman could also understand that what we are telling. So that's all. Of course, there is challenges, but there is ways also to face the challenges.
So Tripathi sir has pointed out 2 important things. One is the Scientific Working Group on Drugs, SWG protocol. They have categorized the techniques into the 3 categories. First is about the identification. Second is structural. And third one is particular molecular structure. So in that, if we will go, FTIR, GCMS is in category 3. If we'll go with the UV, it is category 2. And if we'll go with the color test, it is category 1.
Yes, one more I have forgotten to mention, that is
HPLC, if you know the compound or you are targeting some compound HPLC, with or without mass.
It's UV only, sir.
It is also important.
So we are having such techniques, but as Karishma Madam has mentioned, and Sandeep Tomar sir has said, it is not possible for all the states to comply with these guidelines. Some of the states are even reporting with the lesser facility. While the point is that, sir, the entire conviction or the proceeding or the trial is going on under the same provision of the NDPS Act, which is similar across the country. A person is being acquitted or convicted only on the basis of forensic report. Sir, I'll just add one important point to all of you. What is the offense in case of NDPS case? NDPS case, as Purvi Madam has said a lot of things, the offense in the NDPS case is mere possession. Whatever you are consumed, transportation, or whatever you are doing, it is the possession. So in this case, the entire conviction is solely dependent upon the collection, preservation, sealing, and examination of the NDPS sample. So the importance, considering the severity of the punishment and stringent NDPS Act, the liability increases, sir. My point is only that when NDPS Act is similar across the country, conviction is similar, quanta of conviction is similar, how and why the techniques or the methodology or the facilities can be different for reporting a particular similar NDPS case. This is one thing. Second thing, and we are going, as we have discussed, yes, still in the FSL we are equipped with the GCMS, HPLC, and like that. I'll take one example. Now we are moving ahead from the drugs to synthetics. And PS I'll leave aside, but I'll talk about the existing. For example, let's talk mephedrone. It is 4-methylmethcathinone. Okay, sir. If I'll talk about the fragmentation pattern or even the molecular mass, when I am doing the analysis with the GCMS, most of the time I am having electronic ionization, I am getting 58 or 72 fragment. But what is happening if I have 2-methylmethcathinone? What happens if I have 3-methylmethcathinone? These are the existent chemicals. And as we are knowing as a chemist, that when they are structurally so related, they are so close, their physical properties may not vary much. In that case also, we need to prepare for such things. And when we talk about the central agency of the forensic, CFSL, they are also equipped with some of the facilities. But the reporting, I'll come to the next step also. So these are some variations, sir, that we need to bring at least a minimum agenda. This minimum criteria, if you'll go to the website of the CFL, they have one booklet which is showing what are the instruments, equipments required for the establishment of a forensic laboratory of so-and-so field. When they have mentioned it, they've already mentioned, means a document has been created. And if a laboratory is doing analysis without those facilities or those parameters, it may be a challenge someday to defend, sir. I feel like that. Sir, on, I think, sir. So, sir, my point is that now we will come to the next step. It is one thing, so which analytical facility should be similar, and we were from this forum, we would like to send some of the recommendation through Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, that yes, now a time has come that the NDPS labs must be at par, because when we are going in the court and whenever we are meeting to the Honorable Judges, they really don't consider those things. Now, next point I will come, sir. When we come about these techniques and reporting, the reporting pattern. Reporting pattern is variable across the country. आपके यहाँ सर रिपोर्टिंग पैटर्न में क्या क्या चीज़ें इंक्लूड करते हैं, एंड व्हाट यू थिंक इट शुड बी इंक्लूडेड, और व्हाट आर योर चैलेंजेस, इफ यू कैन शेयर समथिंग.
हमारे यहाँ पर रिपोर्टिंग पैटर्न पे केवल जो परीक्षण परिणाम है, उसके बीच जो परीक्षण विधियाँ हैं, किन किन विधियों से परीक्षण किया गया है वो मेंशन करते हैं, और लास्ट में जो कंक्लूजन निष्कर्ष जो परीक्षण परिणाम है, लाइक ये गांजा है तो गांजा है, डायस्टाइल मॉर्फिन है तो डायस्टाइल मॉर्फिन है, ये रिपोर्टिंग रहती है.
ओके सर, तो आपको लगता है कि दिस रिपोर्टिंग शुड बी स्टैंडर्डाइज अक्रॉस द कंट्री?
यस,
यूनिफॉर्म होना चाहिए.
हाँ, यूनिफॉर्म. यूनिफॉर्म के लिए 1-2 सेमिनार्स भी हुए हैं, इंडिया लेवल पे भी हुए हैं, जिसमें कोशिश की गई है कि रिपोर्टिंग यूनिफॉर्म रहे, बट हर जगह यूनिफॉर्म रिपोर्टिंग इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रही है, क्योंकि यूनिफॉर्म रिपोर्टिंग के लिए सबसे पहले आप जो कह रहे थे कि जो बेयर मिनिमम फैसिलिटीज़ जो है सारे एफएसएल में एक जैसी होनी चाहिए। हर फॉरेंसिक लैब की जो फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं, हर जगह अलग अलग है, जिसके बेसिस पे वो रिपोर्ट करते हैं। हमारे यहाँ तो खैर बहुत अच्छी बात है, अभी हम GCMS है हमारे पास में, और रिसेंटली हमने LCMS भी प्रोक्योर किया हुआ है। तो इस बेसिस पे जो चीज़ें हैं हम रिपोर्ट कर पा रहे हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारी जगह ऐसी है जो ये फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं हैं, जिसके कारण से यूनिफॉर्म रिपोर्टिंग की जो विधियां हैं वो फिक्स नहीं हो पा रही हैं।
मैडम, आप जब हरियाणा की बात करते हैं तो आप उसमें क्या क्या चीज़ इंक्लूड करते हैं अपना रिपोर्ट में, NDPS के में?
हम अपनी रिपोर्ट में एनालिटिकल टेक्निक्स अप्लाइड जो भी हैं वो मेंशन कर रहे हैं, नेम ऑफ टेक्निक्स, उसके बाद ऑब्जर्वेशंस मेंशन कर रहे हैं कुछ एक, और उसके बाद फाइनल रिजल्ट ऑफ एनालिसिस और ओपिनियन मेंशन कर रहे हैं।
एक मिनट पंकज सर, आपका लैब सर NABL है?
नहीं।
अच्छा सर, तो
वी आर गोइंग फॉर NABL।
यू आर गोइंग फॉर NABL। तो सर जिस तरह से एक रिपोर्ट पैटर्न होता है
जी,
तो उसमें I think nowadays when we go with the quality format or with the legal requirement, the requirement is like that when you started the analysis, when you finished, date of examination, और बहुत सारे उनका कुछ criteria हैं. Those criteria are being enforced nowadays usually in the court.
Correct.
वो बार-बार उसके ऊपर जोर डालते हैं
जी
इन सब चीज़ों पे। तो आपको कभी किसी ऐसा कोर्ट में या किसी ट्रायल के दौरान या आपका रिपोर्ट एप्रिसिएशन में एविडेंस टेस्टिमनी के दौरान इस तरह का कुछ चैलेंज आया तो यू कैन शेयर?
हाँ, ये सारी चीज़ें पूछी जाती है, तो इसी का हमने एक सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि जिस डेट पे हमने ओपन किया है वहाँ से जो जो भी चीज़ें की है स्टेप बाय एक चार्ट पे कि इस डेट पे हमने रिसीव किया है, इस डेट पे इस टाइम पे हमने ओपन किया है, एक चेन ऑफ कस्टडी और एक CCTV सर्वेलेंस कैमरा के थ्रू वो चीज़ें मेंटेन की जा रही है कि ये चीज़ यहाँ पर एंडोर्स हुई है, वहाँ पर से जो नेक्स्ट है वो वहाँ तक गई है, वहाँ से विड्रॉ हुआ है, किस लॉक एंड की में वहाँ पर चीज़ें रखी गई हैं, उसके बाद वहाँ से फिर कब विड्रॉ की गई है, उसके बाद एनालिसिस करने के बाद जो भी उसके रिजल्ट्स आए हैं उसको वहाँ पर एक ऑब्जर्वेशन शीट पे मेंशन किया जा रहा है सारा कुछ, और उसके बाद जो फाइनल रिपोर्ट है वो उसमें प्रिपेयर होती है। लेकिन जो हम जो रिपोर्ट भेज रहे हैं लाइक जो SPs हैं या जो भी ड्रग लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज होती हैं उनको जब भेजते हैं तो केवल वही चीज़ भेज रहे हैं, इसलिए जब कभी हम कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ पे जाते हैं तो वो सारी चीज़ों का आंसर करने के लिए कैपेबल होते हैं कि हमने कब क्या और कैसे किया है। वर्कशीट, इट्स वर्क फ्लो कह सकते हैं, वर्कशीट कह सकते हैं, जो हमारे यहाँ पर हमारे पास रहती है, जब कभी लगता है कि कोर्ट को उसकी ज़रूरत है तो वो वहाँ पर प्रोड्यूस करते हैं।
ओके सर।
कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि वो देखना चाहते हैं सैंपल, इवन री एनालिसिस भी हो रहा है। पहले ये हो रहा था कि जैसे NDPS एक्ट में जितनी भी चीज़ें आ रही थी उनके एनालिसिस, उसकी जो सैम्पलिंग है वो जुडिशरी से नहीं हो रही थी, तो वो एनालिसिस हमने पहले की, कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट भी दे दिया हमने, फिर उसकी रीसैम्पलिंग हुई जुडिशरी के द्वारा, उसके बाद फिर से हमको फॉरवर्ड की गई और हमने फिर से उसकी एनालिसिस करके रिपोर्ट दी।
ग्रेट सर। तो इसके बाद में आई विल जस्ट ऐड वन मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग, एज वी आर डूइंग दिस काइंड ऑफ एनालिसिस in our laboratory, it is a forensic analysis and we have to report in the court. So sir, आपके यहाँ यूनिट स्ट्रक्चर रहता होगा फॉरेंसिक का?
हाँ।
उसमें वर्कलोड, वर्क नॉर्म्स मंथली लगभग आप लोग कितने केस एग्जामिन करता है?
40 केसेस।
40 केसेस। ओके सर। एंड 70 to 80 sort of 40 to 45 cases sir?
40 cases.
And sir?
50 to 60 cases.
तो सर हम यहीं से देख रहे हैं लगभग 50 से लेके 70 तो यही हो गया, एंड 40 से 70, एंड व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द CFSL इट इज 25 ऑलमोस्ट, एंड व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू द राजस्थान इट इज 90 पर मंथ. So if we talk about the uniformity or rationality or the reality, it is very, very important actually to understand that if a person is doing 40 and if a person is doing 90, it's a large spectrum.
See, a number of cases does not reflect the volume of work. Suppose there is one case, only one exhibit. Suppose there is a case, it has.
Sir, that is possible with all.
Yes, so
That
these
is
are
possible.
not. These are not. So that it is not one line that 50 cases is equivalent to 70 cases. It depends upon the number of exhibits, type of cases, manpower. So these include everything. So it is a gamut of things that includes.
What I am adding, sir, this possibility that there may be one case of 250 exhibit is always there with Madhya Pradesh, with Haryana, with Chhattisgarh, with Rajasthan. It cannot be said like that. Only one state will have the cases, each case containing 250 exhibit, while the other state will have only one exhibit.
That is the variation. That is the reason the variation is.
That is possible, sir. Means this possibilities exist in every state. But my point is that, sir, when there is again I am coming to the next step, when there is a work norm, there is a work norm of the DFSS exists on the website. It shows some fixed cases like 40 or 25 maybe. But still, there is no guideline, no enforceability that why a state is reporting 90 or why a state is reporting 70, whether some of the tests are compromised, whether some of the processes are breached, or is it really possible to execute or examine 90 cases? They need to come at one side, sir. Because usually when we talk about the central level, the DFSS is the nodal agency, and CFSLs are usually considered for that. They have just generated such kind of norms and they're complying with that. But when it comes to the state government, I have seen, sir, from my experience, usually the state government or the state authorities, they are not in actually line to abide with those. They said, no, we do not.
समझे नहीं सर?
अलग अलग राज्यों में ना सर, वो उसको 25 केस की लिमिट को मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है उस स्टेट का जो अथॉरिटीज है. क्या 25 ही केस करेंगे?
जितनी पेंडेंसी है वो आपको क्लियर करनी है. मैन पावर से किसी का कोई कंसर्न नहीं रहता है. हर जगह मैन पावर की बहुत कमी है. वैसे ही जो हम इंस्ट्रूमेंट परचेस कर रहे हैं, कहीं पर इजीली हो पा रहे हैं और कहीं पर नहीं हो पा रहे हैं. मैन पावर की सबसे बड़ी समस्या हर जगह है. और कोई बीपीआरएनडी में तो एक पूरा वो यूनिट प्रोवाइड किया गया है, और जो नंबर ऑफ केसेस हैं, नंबर ऑफ एग्जिबिट्स हैं, दोनों डिफाइंड हैं. उसके बाद भी वो चीजें किसी भी स्टेट में फॉलो नहीं हो पाती हैं. यूनिट रहता ही नहीं है. जो सर ने कहा ना कि 90 और 40 जो गैप है, उस 90 और 40 के गैप में एक जो साइंटिफिक ऑफिसर रिपोर्टिंग कर रहा है वो सिर्फ अकेला कर रहा है, जबकि उसके पास पूरी यूनिट होनी चाहिए, और एक के पास उस कंप्लीट यूनिट है, उसके बाद रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं. तो ये चीजें भी हो सकती हैं. तो जो नंबर ऑफ एग्जिबिट हैं, जो नंबर ऑफ केसेस हैं, इस कारण से वो डिफर हो सकते हैं कि कहीं कम है और कहीं ज्यादा है. ये एक पॉसिबिलिटी भी है.
Ajay sir, we are running short of time, so we'll quickly wind it off, है ना? Because there are few suggestions also and maybe few questions also if anybody wants to ask. So we'll take one question or one suggestion.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a retired director from the combined state of AP, the then combined state. And I have a couple of suggestions or whatever my experience viewpoint I just wanted to tell. Now, when it comes to the question of acceptance of or rather the admissibility of the reports in the court of law. Now, I'm afraid that whatever technique you use, however you in whichever best way you would try to convince the court, it says yours is only an opinion. I can always differ with the opinion. It is not a conclusive proof. I can't take it blindly. Just because you're an expert, I can't take your report prima facie and then say I am going to convict a person. Now, it is one of the circumstantial evidences where your report is going to corroborate that. That point we have to understand one. The second point is that the defense are coming with all preparedness, reading all the latest books. I'm afraid even our scientists are not doing. Very, very sad to say that our scientists, when they go to present the case, they don't go with preparedness. I think the panelists should agree with me. Then, in that event, what is happening, as he says, we should have a team. Team never discuss things. It is only the reporting officer who goes there and he never bothers to share his experience of court to the subordinates. Then where is the learning taking place? So there should be some day in a week that should be allotted that whatever is your experience in the court, what is the cross-examination, what type of questions. Good that days are not very far, that even defense will become very smart and they start putting the technical questions. Technical, scientific questions they are not putting, God saved us. Otherwise, if they are going to put some technical or rather scientific questions in a proper way, then we will be in trouble. The entire scientific community is going to be in trouble. So, one thing is when you go to the court, you prepare yourself in such a way that you anticipate what are the questions that are going to be there from the defense side. You have to anticipate. You have to study your case thorough. And whatever supporting document that you have, it may be a photomicrograph, it may be a printout of a instrument. Nowadays, each instrument comes with a library. So there is a printout of that. I don't know how many labs, because I'm a retired person with my previous experience I'm talking, how many laboratories now are NABL certified, because there is going to be a comparison. Now, one NABL is basically talking about the quality. That means when I say I'm NABL accredited, court will have a cynical view. So the lab in which there is no NABL generated report, they are going to see it with some suspicion. Whereas a report from an NABL will be viewed with, because they are all laymen as far as the procedures are concerned. So they go only by one yardstick, a third party certified lab is this. So I can rely upon the report. Whereas another lab which doesn't have NABL, I don't go by that. So this kind of prejudices you may call, or the ignorance of science or whatever, I don't use such a big word for, I have all respect for the judiciary, I don't use that word. But then they have their own yardsticks to measure you. And defense always, we should be very careful because their job is only to discredit you. You may be a great scientist. For them, you are one of the witnesses. You are only one of the witnesses, that's it. So you have to be very, very meticulous. You need to understand the law thoroughly, not only the forensic science, the procedures, the programs, or the SOPs, whatever you call. But you should be vigilant again about the law, what the law says, what the provision says. And then where are the lapses? So we go with all preparedness. Some people are very scared to face the court. They may be wonderful expert within the four walls of the lab. The moment they try to appear before the court, they are fumbled. They don't have words to explain. Because only the job of cross-examination is to shatter your credibility, belittle you. That is the purpose of cross-examination. So you should be in preparedness to face all that. You should be in preparedness. So my suggestion would be, as a scientist, whatever is the latest happening, whatever is the equipment that is available. So we should be thorough. When you are thorough in your own field, how does it matter what kind of question the cross-examination is putting? So as far as my work is concerned, my report is concerned, I should be thorough, 100% thorough. And what is latest happening also, I should be abreast with what is happening in the field. So that way, I think the court craft is very, very important. You might have given a wonderful report, but then when you are not able to depose your own report in a proper way, in a convincing way, which can reach the court, then your report is of no use. The court itself, on your very face, they may say, you might have done wonderful. When you are not able to substantiate your own report, what is the purpose of having so many labs and with so much sophistication? So this is from court point of view. So after all, at the end of the day, all our reports, our endeavor is to serve the court and thereby give justice to the common person, common people. So that particular point will be defeated if we don't go to the court with all that preparedness. That is what I just wanted to send the message to all the scientists across India. This is what is my, in a humble way, I just wanted to suggest.
Any questions anybody has got? Sir, I think you can conclude.
So, thank you. Thanks to all the learned panelists to participate from across the country and to come over here and to discuss the and I have a this one diligence about all this discussion, and I'm grateful to all of you. Thanks a lot. Now, ma'am, we'll request to felicitate. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much to the panelists for this wonderful discussion. I would now request Dr. Ajay Soni sir to felicitate our panelists. First, we have Dr. Pankaj from FSL Chhattisgarh. Srimati Karishma from FSL Haryana. Dr. Sandeep Tomar from FSL Madhya Pradesh. Shri Santosh Tripathi from FSL Delhi. I would request the presence of the dignitaries on the stage for a few more moments, as we have two more winners from the painting competition that we announced earlier in the inaugural. And these two very talented painters are Deb Malya Datta, who has got the first prize in the painting competition. Do we have Deb Malya here? I would request the panel to please felicitate Deb Malya Datta, first prize in painting competition. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? And the second prize in the painting competition was shared by Debjani Karmarkar. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Wishing you all the very best for your bright future. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we will be moving on to our second panel discussion. This panel discussion will revolve around the topic challenges associated with NDPS investigation and court proceedings. For this discussion, may I please invite on the stage Shri Patil Ketan Baliram Sir, Additional Director, Narcotic Controls Bureau. Shri Sumit Sood Sir, DSP Punjab. The next panelist is Shri Pritesh D. Vyas, Public Prosecutor. And I would like to request Dr. Ajay Soni Sir to take the place on the panel. Hand over you to you, sir.
Sir, namaskar. We are grateful that Additional Director NCB Sir has agreed to be here on this panel discussion. I am also thankful to the Deputy Superintendent of Police from Punjab Police, Sri Sumit Sood ji, and Senior Public Prosecutor Pritesh Vyas. So, sir, we can discuss in Hindi and English. हमारे पास तीनों ही स्तंभ के लोग उपलब्ध हैं. एनसीबी से सर खुद हैं और पुलिस से सर लंबा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है एज इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर. एनडीपीएस के केसेस में काफ़ी इन्वेस्टिगेट किया है सूद सर ने, और पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर व्यास साहब भी उपलब्ध हैं. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल रिक्वेस्ट जेड सर, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर सर केतन वी पाटिल सर. सर खुद एक आईपीएस ऑफिसर हैं और सर का लंबा पुलिसिंग का एक्सपीरियंस भी है. तो सर इसके बारे में आप कुछ शेयर करें।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जब एनडीपीएस की जब सीजर होता है, I wanted to highlight the challenges associated with the investigation and then court proceeding. First challenge, you may be knowing, to find the independent witness. This is a very big challenge for all law enforcement agencies to find actual independent witnesses. So we are unable to find independent witness, then those witnesses, government witnesses, from government side they have been demarcated. These kind of witnesses we use as independent witness. They are not from police but from other departments. Then second issue is if there is some independent witness, if he agrees to be the witness, there are maximum chances of he getting hostile, and then the witness is also unable to come during the court proceedings because of his own issues, financial issues, transfer, or maybe intimidation of witness. Then second जो challenge regarding investigation is to maintain the proper chain of custody of the seized substance. Under 52 NDPS Act, we have to maintain this chain of custody and produce in front of the magistrate at the earliest. But the IO, who is the seizing officer, after seizing the material, he put it into the malkhana, give it to the IO, and then that proper chain of custody need to be maintained. And if it is not maintained in your case, collapse at that point. Next point is delay in forensic test. Just we listen to the conversation. That is also one of the point. Then there is sometimes jurisdictional issue. At some point, the seizure is at one point, the accused is in another police station or jurisdiction. That creates also problem for the IO. Then the financial investigation and the cooperation of other agencies, like if there is cyber related issues, income tax related issues, and many other departments are involved. The cooperation of other agencies is also important, and timely cooperation to get the lead in the investigation. If you don't get lead in very short time, for example, vehicle number, identification of the vehicle from the RTO office, so we are unable to catch that fellow. So it's a real bottleneck for the investigation. During the court proceeding, first of all, the chain of custody and 52 NDPS Act proceeding. Generally, magistrate give long date for this particular seizure and the producing the seizure item to the court. It is a long duration, and during that time, IO has to come there also. He is busy in that one case only since 15 days, 1 month or 2 months. Secondly, hostile witness, as I mentioned previously. Then during bail jurisprudence, if bail has been granted, it is difficult for IO to call him once again when there are charges are framed, or cases of bail jumping, absconding of the main accused, the court proceeding get delayed. And here we are facing the IOs know Hindi or English, and in local codes, like in Gujarat, the court proceeding is in Gujarati. In Maharashtra, court proceeding in Marathi. That creates a problem for IO also. And in each date, IO has to be present in the court while examining of the witnesses. So IO has to be, throughout the year, he is unable to do more than 1 or 2 cases. These are administrative issues which I flag off. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Sumit Sood साहब को कि सर आपका इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या क्या चैलेंजेस, क्या क्या कुछ स्पेसिफिक आप if you want to discuss.
मैं सुमित सूद, मैं पंजाब पुलिस में एज DYSP हूँ और पिछले 32 साल से इन्वेस्टिगेशंस शुरुआत से लेके कर रहा हूँ. मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है, सर ने बहुत पॉलिश्ड वे में आईओज की जो मजबूरियां हैं या उसकी जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं वो बताई हैं. मैं आपको थोड़ा ब्लंटली बता देता हूँ विद परमिशन फ्रॉम सर कि एक आईओ अगर NDPS एक्ट का केस दर्ज कर लेता है, आई हैव रजिस्टर्ड मोर देन 100 केसेस, मतलब मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ मैंने 100 से ज़्यादा ही किए होंगे. एक समय ऐसा आने लग जाता है, मेरे सामने आईओज बैठे हैं कि आईओ को ये महसूस होने लग जाता है कि मैं ही एक्यूज्ड हूँ इस केस में. और मैं आपको बात इतनी भी बता सकता हूँ कि ऐसी हालत हो जाती है कि जब हमारे साथ केस की जिरा हो रही होती है, जो अक्यूज्ड का एडवोकेट है वो हमें इस हद तक ले जाता है, वो हमें इतना इंस्टिगेट करने की कोशिश करता है कि हमारे मुंह से कोई गलत बात निकल जाए. मेरे साथ 1-2 बार ऐसा होने की, मतलब उन्होंने काफ़ी कोशिश की लेकिन नहीं हो पाया, क्योंकि काफ़ी लंबा समय हो गया, हमें एक्सपीरियंस हो गया इस काम को करते हुए. लेकिन हालात यही हैं कि मैं, मतलब देखिए, इंडियन जुडिशियल सिस्टम को हम उसके बारे में हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते, उसके बारे में हम गलत नहीं बोल सकते, लेकिन जो आईओ है जो इस सारे केस को संभाल रहा है उसी के ऊपर सबसे ज़्यादा शक किया जाता है. शक इसलिए कि उसने कहीं 2 एक्यूज्ड पकड़े, 2 में से 1 को छोड़ तो नहीं दिया, नंबर 1. उसके बाद कहीं उससे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में इसकी इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैं छोटी छोटी सी बात के लिए कि आपने चेन ऑफ कस्टडी जो है उसमें कहीं से थोड़ी बहुत त्रुटि रह जाती है. आदमी जितना मर्जी करने की कोशिश कर ले, कहीं ना कहीं उससे, क्योंकि ही इज़ नॉट डीलिंग इन टू 1 केस ओनली. ये एक हमारे जो इंडियन पुलिस का जो सिस्टम चल रहा है, खासकर पंजाब में, मैं पंजाब की बात करता हूँ क्योंकि मैं पंजाब का हूँ, तो वहाँ पे एक सिस्टम है कि ये नहीं है कि एक आईओ एक केस ही डील कर रहा है. एक केस के जो उस समय उसने सीजर किया है, तो एट द सेम टाइम ही इज इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग 30-40 मोर केसेस. उसके पास 30-40 और केसेस भी हैं. अब एक और उसने सीजर कर लिया, दूसरी और कुछ और हो गया, तो वो उधर भी उसको ध्यान देना है. मेरे ख्याल से गुजरात पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स ये बात को बड़ी आसानी से समझ सकते हैं. अब वो कहीं ना कहीं उससे छोटी सी गलती हो गई कि उसने कहीं DDR एंट्री नहीं की, या DDR एंट्री कर भी दी तो उसमें कोई चीज़ छूट गई. तो जो दूसरी पार्टी का या जो एक्यूज्ड है उसका जो एडवोकेट है वो उसी को लेकर उसके ऊपर मतलब बहस हो गई. जज साहब ने भी ये मान के चलना है कि जी आईओ की नालायकी है. और इसके NDPS एक्ट में सबसे बड़ी खासियत ये है कि बर्डन ऑफ प्रूफ, जैसे मैंने पहले डिस्कशन में सुना कि बर्डन ऑफ प्रूफ नहीं है, उसके ऊपर नहीं है कि पुलिस को उसके ऊपर लाजमी करना पड़ेगा. लेकिन अगर गलती से किसी वजह से कोई विटनेस होस्टाइल हो गया, या कोई प्रोसीजर में गलती रह गई, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ हो गया, तो उल्टा घूम के सुई जो है 12 से 6 पे आ जाती है। मीन्स मान लीजिए 1 किलो हेरोइन का केस है, अगर वो कहीं गलती से बरी हो गया या एक्विटल हो गया तो वो घूम के सुई 6 पे आ जाती है, मीन्स वो आईओ के ऊपर आ गया। अब जिस आदमी ने स्टेट के लिए काम किया, इन द बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द स्टेट, उसने स्टेट के लिए काम किया, उसका कोई पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट तो है नहीं कि भाई उसने 1 किलो हेरोइन बरामद करनी है। अब वो एक्विटल जो है उसकी सजा के ऊपर चला जाता है। तो ये जो चीज़ें हैं, इसी वजह से आईओज शर्क करते हैं या वो इस चीज़ से भागते हैं कि भाई अगर मेरे को ये केस रजिस्टर करना पड़ गया तो कल को कहीं गलती, किसी और की गलती भी होगी तो मेरे ऊपर आ जाएगी। दूसरी जो इसमें दिक्कत है वो सबसे बड़ी है कि अब मैं बाकी स्टेट्स का नहीं कह सकता, पंजाब का कह सकता हूँ कि वहाँ पे हमारे ये जो ड्रग मेनेस है ये बहुत रैम्पेंट है, बहुत ज़्यादा है। स्मॉल क्वांटिटी के केसेस इतने ज़्यादा हैं कि मैं अभी यहाँ पे पिछले 4 दिन से हूँ, तो मेरे 3 थाने हैं, मेरे 3 थानों में 9 केसेस रजिस्टर हुए ड्यूरिंग लास्ट 3 डेज। मैं 24 को वहाँ से चला था, 22 को, 22 से लेके आज 26 है, तो इन दिनों में 9 केसेस रजिस्टर हुए हैं, जबकि टाइम लिमिट 60 डेज है जो कंज्यूमेबल क्वांटिटी है। तो 60 दिन में हमारे जो इसका केमिकल एग्जामिनर की रिपोर्ट है वो नहीं आ पाती है। तो फिर हमारे लिए एक इस तरह का सिस्टम बन जाता है कि हम भाग दौड़ के कभी चंडीगढ़ जाते हैं, कभी कहीं जाते हैं, कभी किसी से चिट्ठी लिखवाते हैं कि हमें चालान जो है फाइनल चार्जशीट हमें कोर्ट में देनी है। वो ये जो प्रेशर है, ये प्रेशर काफ़ी ज़्यादा मतलब एक आईओ को परेशान कर देता है। और दूसरी जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, जब कमर्शियल क्वांटिटी केसेस हैं उसमें भी ऐसा ही है, उसमें 180 डेज हैं, 6 महीने का समय है। तो 180 डेज में भी तकरीबन, अब मेरे पास रिसेंटली एक मेरा ही केस था, मेरे थाने का ही केस था, तो उसमें 180 दिन में भी हमारे पास केमिकल एग्जामिनर की रिपोर्ट नहीं पहुंच पाई। तो वो नहीं पहुंची तो हाथ, जैसे वो बोलते हैं कि हाथ पैर की पड़ जाना, तो हमारे लिए वो सिचुएशन ये खड़ी हो गई कि हाथ पैर की पड़ गई कि अब अगर नहीं हुआ तो इसको डिफ़ॉल्ट बेल 167(2) में मिल जाएगा। तो अगर उसको 167(2) में उसका बेल हो गया तो समझ लो आईओ की नौकरी के ऊपर फिर खतरा आ गया। तो ये जो एक किस्म का सहम का माहौल आईओ के ऊपर रहता है, ये एक बहुत बड़ी हर्डल है। तो मेरी तो ये रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि ये चीज़ें भी आईओ के, मतलब मैं ये नहीं कहता कि अगर इफ ही इज डूइंग इट डेलिबरेटली देन ही शुड बी फाइंड, तो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। लेकिन अगर कई चीज़ें, क्योंकि वो उसके अकेले के बस का सारा काम नहीं है, उसको डिफरेंट एजेंसीज के साथ, उसको डिफरेंट ऑफिसेज के साथ डील करना पड़ रहा है, तो लैक लस्टरनेस कहीं और हो सकती है, लेकिन वो आके गिरेगी किसके ऊपर? आईओ के ऊपर। तो मेरा आपके माध्यम से ये एक सजेशन है कि आईओ जो इस सहम में रहता है कि मैंने एनडीपीएस एक्ट का केस दर्ज कर लिया, अब मेरी जब ये मेरे से परे नहीं जाएगा, ये इसकी चार्जशीट कोर्ट में नहीं जाएगी, तो मेरी नौकरी तब तक खतरे में ही है। मेरे साथ पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर साहब बैठे हैं, तो ये ही कैन गाइड अस बेटर। तो अगर मैंने कुछ मेरे हिसाब से तो ये है, इसी वजह से थोड़ा जो आईओ हैं वो डरते हैं इस केस को हाथ डालने में। थैंक यू
सर। आप प्रीतेश जी, मैं प्रीतेश सर से अनुरोध करूंगा कि सर आप ट्रायल के दौरान प्रोसिक्यूशन के चैलेंजेस, कोर्ट का व्यू और डिफेंस के द्वारा खड़ी की जाने वाली नित्य परेशानियों के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएंगे।
जी नमस्कार, प्रीतेश व्यास, गांधीनगर में असिस्टेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट पीडर 20 साल से काम करता हूं। अभी तक मैंने 197 केसेस में कन्विक्शन करवाए हैं जो मैंने खुद ने चलाए हैं। और गांधीनगर का जो एफएसएल है वो दुनिया में फर्स्ट नंबर का एफएसएल है। गांधीनगर एफएसएल के कई अफसर कोर्ट के अंदर जुबानी के लिए भी आए हैं, जिसमें हमारे साथ काम करते जीपी दरबार, वो भी बहुत सारे केसेस में अपने कोर्ट के अंदर अलग अलग केस में आए हैं। तो एनडीपीएस का केस है, वो साबित करने के लिए क्या मस्ट है, कोर्ट के अंदर क्या प्रोसीडिंग होती है। आप यहाँ हमारे गुजरात के पुलिस अफसर भी आए हैं, यहाँ एफएसएल के कोई स्टूडेंट भी कई हैं, उनको भी आगे जाके एफएसएल अधिकारी बनना है या कई जगह पोस्ट पाना है और काम करना है, तो उनके लिए भी ये उपयोगी सत्र है। तो कोर्ट के अंदर जब एनडीपीएस का जो केस आता है उसमें सबसे अधिक जो है वो उसकी ऑनरशिप, मालिक जो है कौन है वो साबित करने का है। पोजीशन, किसके पोजीशन में से ये मुद्दा माल मिला है, जैसे चरस है, गांजा है, वो किसके पोजीशन में मिला है वो साबित करना पड़ता है। और उसके लिए जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर है उन्होंने जो जगह से मिला है उस जगह का उसका मालिकी का पुरावा इकट्ठा करना है और कोर्ट को देना है। दूसरा, कोई गाड़ी में से जो मुद्दा माल मिला है उसकी गाड़ी का ओनर कौन है, उसकी आरसी बुक, आरटीओ की सभी विगत इकट्ठी करके कोर्ट में लाना है, फिर प्रूव होता है। दूसरी बात एफएसएल अधिकारी की आती है। तो जब भी जो केस बनता है एफएसएल जो कोई मुद्दा माल पकड़ाता है तो उस वक्त स्थल के ऊपर एफएसएल अधिकारी को वान लेके हाजिर होना होता है। तो वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन वान लेके आते हैं, तो फर्स्ट पहले वो उसकी जांच करते हैं और वो देखते हैं कि भाई इसमें क्या है, और पहला रिपोर्ट जो होता है वो तैयार करते हैं। और जो पहला रिपोर्ट है वो कोर्ट के अंदर सबमिट करते हैं और कोर्ट के अंदर वो उसको पूरा उसको करते हैं, तभी कन्विक्शन होता है। तो कन्विक्शन के लिए मस्ट एफएसएल जो अधिकारी है उसका रिपोर्ट हमारे लिए मस्ट है। और दूसरा, वो किसके पोजीशन में से मिला है वो। और तीसरी बात ये है कि जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर है उनको जो कार्यवाही करनी है, वो साहब ने बोला कि वो प्रोसीड करना है, वो सब केस एनडीपीएस एक्ट के हिसाब से करना है। जो एक्यूज अपने पास आता है तो उसको पूछना पड़ता है कि भाई मैं गैजेटेड अफसर हूँ, तुम के कोई दूसरे गैजेटेड ऑफिसर से आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करवा सकते हैं, तो उसकी सम्मति लेनी पड़ती है और वो प्रोसीडिंग करना पड़ता है। और जितने भी प्रोसीडिंग है वो एनडीपीएस एक्ट के तरफ से करना पड़ता है और कोर्ट के अंदर सभी साबित करना पड़ता है। और कुछ सर हो तो मेरे को बोलना, कोई प्रश्न हो।
Sir, ultimately the discussion is saying we are having different stakeholders of entire case proceeding. So when we are going about it, it is yes, the challenges are there and definitely doubts are there. Yes, some IOs are working honestly, some are doing negligence also. So the outcome is that recently so many judgments has come, Mohanlal and others, in which the court, honorable court has directed to the government to frame the guidelines. In line with that, Ministry of Finance, Government of India has come the guidelines in December 2022. Those guidelines are the sampling, seizure and disposal guideline, need to be abided by the IO as well as the prosecutor as well as the forensic officer. एक इसमें जो बड़ी कठिनाई आ गई है वो ये है कि हमें 15 दिन के अंदर अंदर केस की रिपोर्टिंग कर देनी है. FSL has to examine the cases within the 15 days, जो कि वर्कलोड को देखते हुए शायद संभव नहीं है. This need to be seen and this need to be addressed. Sir, कुछ anything you would like to add? Any suggestion or query?
Don't curse me, sir, because I am the only one asking questions or rather giving suggestions. So this is only out of my experience, and then I'm just trying to give this piece of advice. When it comes to again to the question of the investigation time and again in lot of citations, case laws, we have seen ourselves that lot of procedural lapses, as they are called. The IO may have 100% integrity. He may be a wonderful man doing to the best of his knowledge. He may be honest to the core. But the problem is if the mandatory provisions that have been enlisted in the Act, if they are not scrupulously followed, if there are going to be some lapses, especially the privilege, the Miranda rights as they are called in US, the same kind of privileges on the part of the accused, namely that whether the accused has excised or has understood that he has got an immunity or a privilege under that particular provision to be examined before the gazetted officer or the nearest magistrate. If that particular thing is not there in the CD or any form of the police reports, then that will be greatly challenged by the defense people. They'll say, whether you have explained to the accused that he has got a privilege or a right or an immunity to be interrogated or to be examined in the presence of gazetted officer. It was explained to him properly in his own language and he understood it and he has given the consent. That particular type of writing should be there somewhere in your report or panchnama or interrogation, whatever document you are trying to make, that should get reflected in the document. Otherwise, what will happen, in the eyes of the court, everything will be viewed only through your documentation. Documentation should speak for yourself, not that, because the job of the cross-examination is only to shatter the credibility. That is the only Peshi is going to do. So for that, you should be prepared time and again I am repeating this word, even if it means a lot of repetition. But this is what you should know, the art of cross-examination. It is not the only defense lawyer who is doing the cross-examination, but you will be cross-examined. You should learn the art of cross-examination. If I were to be the defense fellow representing, then what kind of questions can I anticipate? And especially when mandatory provisions are there, if they are not followed, then the case may go against the prosecution. That is the trouble. Not that they are not going to disbelieve you, or the very purpose of cross-examination is discredit you, disbelieve you, shatter your credibility, or say that you are not an expert, or you are expert in some other field, trying to do some other thing. So these kind of questions are very common from the examination point of view or cross-examination. We should not be bothered about why we should only be honest to the court, saying that we have done the best part of it. And one more thing is that when witnesses not there, or they are turning hostile, or when you don't get some eyewitnesses and all, for that you should at least say that we have made these government witnesses. The reason is this. If your reason is justified, that's what court also looks for. Whatever reasons you say, they should be substantiated by your reasons. Justification should be there. Then if it is convincing to the court, definitely they'll come to your rescue. Against all odds, it is the judge. Most of the time I've seen, it is the judge who comes to your rescue, and they'll say the reasons that are quoted by the prosecution are quite justifiable. They are substantiated. Then their case will stand. So this is what I have seen time and again, and most of the cases also it has been mentioned. Wonderful work by the IO, wonderful work by the FSL people. There were citations where the judges appreciated the effort put by both the investigating officers and the FSL all. Only thing is we are not vocal. Scientists, we restrict ourselves only to within the four walls. We have never mastered the art of court proceedings. So that is just maybe one of the factors I strongly feel that is, where we are not getting that much focus. So in the curricula also I strongly suggest that there should be enough court craft so that the future scientists, when they are going to depose their evidences, they should be thoroughly given academic inputs, so that they also go with all that preparedness, with all that expertise. And then at the end of the day, we are not the decision makers. We are not the trier of the facts. So we do our part to the best of our abilities. Let the fate of the case be decided by the judge. We have nothing to regret there. But if you go unprepared, if you are yourself are not very confident about the procedure that you are doing, and you are erring every time in the procedures, then you have to blame yourself, not the judiciary, not anybody else. I think this is from my point of view.
Thank you, madam. It's very valid advice from your side. Your observations are very much correct. As you mentioned, there should be more emphasis on code craft, not only for the FSL expert and forensic scientists, but for IO also. There are so many procedural lapses because of administrative issues. One of the important administrative issue is manpower. Everybody is facing that. Previously also we discussed on that point. Because of manpower issue, we are somewhere unable to follow the procedures in hasslement, and that creates a bigger issue, and we lose the credibility. And as you rightly mentioned, we should emphasize on code craft, and I would like to suggest from your, taking forward your point here as I'm panelist, to NFSU authorities, they should have called judicial officer also on this panel so that their views also could have been incorporated in this. Because this is a one-sided view of forensic scientist, of IO, but what exactly the judicial officer think and what is his expectation, that need to be also seen. This is what I want to suggest. Thank you.
I also forgot to mention one more point, sir. As one of the panel DYSP sub says, that there are, I don't know the model of Punjab or Haryana, but then I can speak of Hyderabad because I hail from Hyderabad and I worked enough time in Hyderabad. Now, whenever a very important case under NDPS comes, there are special wings established in CID like anti-terrorist squad, special investigation teams, anti-narcotic cells. So these kind of cells have been established. Their job is exclusively when a very sensational case, not in every case, but a very sensational case which has gained a national importance, significance, those cases are dealt exclusively. They will not do any other routine investigative job. They will be exclusively dealing with that type of cases, so that they will be given 100% of their effort on that,
Yes.
and they are not bogged down by other case difficulties because they are exclusive for that.
Yes.
And they have seen 100% results in such cases. So I recommend that such type of model which has been followed in Hyderabad, any place, any good practice followed anywhere, that should be replicated in all other states, so that there will be immense benefit that comes out. And at the same time, I also will not feel that I am overburdened.
Yes,
and
yes.
then I may err. If somebody is overburdened, we are humans, but to err is human.
True.
So that will happen. But if you can segregate, and then this committees, law committees and reports, time and again they have suggested that investigation should be separated
Yes, madam,
from
it is
law.
a very old
I don't
demand
know
that-
when that fruitful day comes, when it is going to see the daylight.
Okay, ma'am.
But that is also very important. I think.
Yes, sir, it is a very old demand that investigation should be separate from other duties of the police. But yes, that is another topic, sir. Sir, we had different panelists from all the spheres. We had from prosecution, as sir said, we should have some from the judiciary. Yes, sir. Next time we will take care. Definitely we'll call. And sir, I'll conclude with one little bit shairi. So
the SERS, SIRS, the chip, it will absorb only cocaine molecule and it will then show positive. Now, your job is not only qualitatively check, after that you have to do quantitatively, because whether it is commercial quantity.
No. We are performing just qualitative study, not quantitative.
So qualitative, I think there shouldn't be any problem for the listed drugs in the library. We have FTIR, Raman. Good thing about FTIR is even there will be mixture. For example, drug A plus drug B,
it doesn't show the correct results in that case.
The composition is not exactly as per the percent composition.
So what will be the acceptance criteria, like hit quality or correlation you are saying?
There is, in a p-value algorithm, if p-value is more than 0.05. I mean, again, it is very difficult to explain. If ephedrine and pseudoephedrine spectra, Raman spectra are overlaid, those are actually matching 0.99, means 99% match is there, okay? So ephedrine may be shown as a pseudoephedrine may be shown as a ephedrine, like that. But with p-value, the result is so accurate, I would say. The p-value pseudoephedrine against, ephedrine against ephedrine would be, say, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, basically more than 0.05. Then it will be for pseudoephedrine 0.000100 and 1, something like that. So
even in the case of 1 gram and 100 gram ratio, like 100 gram atta and 1 gram heroin, then
it will just show the positive that heroin or cocaine is present. That's it. The quantity, the balance amount will not be shown. I'm talking about this device. In another, like FTIR or Raman, probably it may show the presence. The concentration is very low.
It shows,
but accuracy is not. Yeah.
It shows only the presence. That's
yes. It is like just a qualitative result. This is perfect technology. Quantitative, absolutely, I'll not use this. Each drug, it is different. The way it works in GCMS or GC or all those techniques, it is not like that. So, limit of detection for certain drugs, even in ppm level, are detected. In certain times, even 1% drug could be a challenge. So, false positive. Sorry? Certain cases we have done.
It cannot be. ppm level cannot be detected by this instrument.
SERS, surface enhanced Raman. So, what is
and that cost is?
It is just a consumable kit. For example, say alprazolam,
okay,
right? If you take alprazolam tablet, 1 gram tablet have very low, 0.05 mg of
alprazolam.
So, yeah, so it may be 50 ppm or 500 ppm at the max. So with H kit, it will show the positive result. I have such results. So I was at one of the foreign post office, and over there we got tablet and we analyzed. So it showed positive results, which was challenge when those samples were sent in FSL, but multiple techniques were done and it was analyzed. So this has been told by one of the SP from foreign post office. So it's like adding one. So I mean, FSL, how it will help is when you get a sample and you have really less amount of samples, say, and you don't have, especially in crime cases, right? In those cases, you don't know, like whether I should use X column or Y column, whether I should use HPLC or GC or something. To choose appropriate analytical technique, you may use this as a screening tool. It will give fair idea that this drug is present. So probably using GC or GCMS will be giving me closest result. So that with lowest amount of sample, you can conclude the result so that you will have sufficient sample left for another analysis. So a screening tool, that is how it will be help to FSL officer. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Trivedi to please facilitate Mr. Atul with a token of gratitude. Now I request everybody in the auditorium to proceed downstairs for the tea, post which we will be back here for the final panel discussion. That is an in-house NFSU discussion. That will be the final discussion of the day. See you guys soon. Thank you.
कौन सी किसकी खुशी में तुम्हारी मैडम सीनियर है तुम्हारी खुशी मैम ने तो बुलाया इधर ऊपर जरा कौन सी शाम को एक ढूंढ रहा था, मिला क्या वो? कल 104 में तो कुछ ढूंढ रहा था, मिला तुझे वो? मिल गया?
So, good evening. Dear delegates, yes, we are having, I know you all have been exhausted, but this is the last discussion, panel discussion of the NFSU officers, and almost it will be short, we'll take, and thereafter we'll go for the visit. So, I'll just request Dr. Astha Pandey Madam to preside over the dais. Dr. Astha Pandey Madam is...
So this is not like a panel discussion, because we at NFSU we have hosted. So there are certain points which we wanted to bring to the notice of each and everyone. So we have here our team. Like myself, you already know, we have with us Dr. Ajay, he is Deputy Director. Dr. Disha, she is SSO. Dr. Shreya, she is also as an SSO working with us. So we will just discuss that how as a Center of Excellence we are working over here, and what are the things which we are looking forward in collaboration with different FSLs, right? So, first of all, I feel it was a great experience. It was a kind of amalgam of students which could be the budding scientist or investigator or judges, right? So it was a field for you to understand that how scientific working is there, or how investigation on real field is there, or how the scientists work, right? So we had from different forensic science laboratories the esteemed scientific officers. We had from the investigating agencies, as you know, we have collaboration with NCB, and Center of Excellence, NDPS, NFSU is receiving cases from the various law enforcement agencies. We have MOU with NCB, but apart from that, DRI is there, AT is there, SOG is there. All of them are sending their cases. So basically this center is not meant for the routine cases. We are basically focusing the cases with more of challenges. Let me tell you, like once upon a time when I was as a student, I have never imagined, or none of my teachers told me that we are receiving, or none of the forensic science laboratories told that they are receiving LSD in their lab. But when we have started working within these 2 years, within these 2 years, we have got ISO 9001, we have got ISO 17025. Recently, we have also taken FSSAI accreditation. We are also being listed as a national referral lab for FSSAI. So we are, like, you know, with the team which is there, with lot of hard work which they are working, with their dedication, with their motivation. So many things are there. So we are working on at different levels and parallel. So we are putting a vision, like what are the things which we can do it, like how are the things which are there, which lacuna are there, and how we can go ahead. So it's not that NFSU is working exclusively. NFSU is working in collaboration with investigating agencies, because we are also looking at their problem. So that is how we have looked at their problem for the on-site detection, and we have come out with an indigenous kit which was unveiled today by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas sir. So that is how we have come out with the kit. So in the future also we are working on the devices which can be used at the airports, seaports, or at the borders. So we need to, you know, strengthen our law enforcement agencies in different kinds of detection techniques which other countries are doing it. So that is why we had one technical session from Thermo Fisher, which were basically focusing on the techniques which can be used on site, where a lot of scientific skill is not required, but just a skill base is required. So in this regard, I will just first give little bit this Center of Excellence which is there, which is basically working on the research aspect. It is also taking testing very frequently, very, I would say, that very challenging cases we are doing. In fact, we are also into the research of the precursor chemicals. We are also trying to find out the different origin. Like this is one area which is untouched, but there were many queries last time by the Narcotics Control Bureau that can we find out the origin of a particular drug? It is coming from Afghanistan or Pakistan or from some other place. Even maybe from India, some place. So yes, we have got that facility, and we are seeing how different instruments can be used and how their report can be used for the analysis, for the geographical profiling of these drugs. So that is how challenge is being taken. We have spoken. We are working closely with NIA. Okay, we are working closely with DRI and NCB to see that how we combat with the different kinds of problems which are faced related to this kind of drugs which are basically seized. So in this regard, first I would like to ask Dr. Ajay Soni that what are the various things which you see, sir, in the analytical which can be improved? Like there are different sets of instruments like chromatographic, spectroscopic, or say high resolution mass spectrometry has ventured. So can we define some minimum criteria or the minimum set of instruments which each FSL should definitely have it? Because India is such a vast country, it's not possible that everybody can be equipped. And yes, definitely, when we say center of excellence means it's a nodal, so they need to have greater facility. It does not mean it has to be at every lab because those instruments are very costly. So what is the minimum instrument which we can have at each lab so that we can have a good testing and reporting and we do not have any pendency?
Thank you, madam. I think the answer itself is the criteria of SWG drugs. They itself suggest that 3 independent techniques to be used. One is for the screening, another is for the identification, and third one is the structural confirmation. So if a forensic lab want to be report credibly and want to withstand with their opinion, they should have one screening technique that may be color test. Another one is something related to their identification, like it may be thin layer chromatography. And third one is the structural elucidation technique that may be IR based or GCMS based. These are the, I think, each and every lab should follow to avoid any kind of controversy and maintain the credibility of their opinion.
I would like to add, recently at our center we have got direct insertion mass spectrometry. That is one of the instrument which is designed by Waters. So it is from their company. And that is working excellently. It has got some database, and we have also added the database. There is no sample preparation required. So that is what I suggested them when they visited. The vendors who are giving the instrument, they also want to know that how the instruments are being used, what are the problems, or what are the future challenges or recommendations which are there. So we have given a suggestion that if that instrument can be made into more compact or more portable form, it can be used at the various, centers like airport and all, where mass drug or mass substances might be seized, and one needs to know that whether a particular drug is there or not. So that is one new instrument. Like probably when you have a visit for the NDPS section, you can see that instrument, and you can also recommend it for your laboratory. So next question. Yes, sir. Yes. So, yes, sir. I will suggest that most of the laboratories can have that because basically one advantage which it has is that it does not have any sample preparation. So it easily helps us to know, especially in the cases when we are doing analysis where the type of drug is unknown to us. So next question I'll put to Dr. Disha. Dr. Disha, you have been part and parcel of the entire accreditation process. So what do you think that the quality control, quality assurance, quality policy, how these are important in any of the laboratories, in order to have a uniformity? Do you think that the uniformity of reporting and all, or say for example proficiency testing, which many of the people are afraid who will give the samples, how we will get the samples. Let me tell you, we are only just 2-year-old baby, just 2-year-old baby. And in this 2 years, we have done such a type of an accreditation, and we have also participated in the proficiency testing which is being imparted by UNODC. So such kind of an initiative can also be taken by most of the forensic science laboratories. If any support is required, we are here to help you out as a scientific fraternity. So Dr. Disha, you can just throw some light on that.
Yes, ma'am. Since we are talking about the narcotic drugs, so it is very important to have the ISO 17025-2017. Earlier it was 2015. Now the revised standards are as per 2017. So as we have discussed in the earlier session that the uniform reporting pattern must be there for every DFSL or every laboratory which is testing the narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. So for them, taking the ISO certification is the most important thing because it provides the universal standards. So considering that every laboratory can report uniformly, so the reporting pattern will be uniform if any laboratory is taking ISO certification. Narcotic drug, we are dealing with the legal compliance. So it should be mandatory for every laboratory that ISO certification must be there when we are reporting the qualitative or quantitative report for the narcotic drugs. Taking ISO certification is a little bit difficult because there are many, the quality manuals and many other parameters are there which we need to fulfill. But I think every testing laboratory must have ISO certification.
Yes, as it was very rightly said by Sharda ma'am, that if not now, in the future, definitely that question will be there, that whether the reports are coming from the accredited laboratory or whether they are coming from a non-accredited laboratory. So definitely we should think that how fast we can proceed for the accreditation of our laboratories. Thirdly, I would like to put question to Ms. Shreya. Shreya, like, you know that NDPS Act 1985, you know, it is a mammoth task. I don't know, like, the time, how much time people would have spent in order to make that act, you know, such an Herculean task to make any act. Do you think the type of drugs which we are receiving, what kind of changes do you feel that should be there in the NDPS Act 95? Do you think we need to, there are certain things which can be incorporated, or how we bring into the notice of the court that these drugs are there which are being encountered, or say for new psychoactive substances or designer drugs which have not been covered in the Act? So how do we go about that?
Thank you, ma'am. तो 1985 एनडीपीएस एक्ट की अगर हम बात करते हैं, बहुत अच्छा एक्ट है, बहुत सारी सहूलियतें भी दे रहा है, जैसे कि हम साइकोट्रॉपिक सब्सटेंसेस की लिस्ट को अमेंड कर सकते हैं, उसको वो एडिटेबल है, पर हम उसको किस तरीके से यूज़ कर रहे हैं ये देखना एक साइंटिफिक फ्रेटर्निटी का काम ज़रूरी है. न्यू साइकोएक्टिव सब्सटेंसेस, प्रिकर्सर केमिकल्स की बात अभी मैम ने की है, और रिसेंटली साइकोट्रॉपिक सब्सटेंसेस की लिस्ट में ये सारे नाम ऐड हो भी रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करना उतना ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए सारे, जैसे हमारे टॉपिक में ही है पिक्युलैरिटीज़ के अंदर सैंपल होमोजेनाइजेशन से लेकर एक्सट्रैक्शन से लेकर, और हम बेसिक टेक्निक्स को ले रहे हैं या फिर हाइफेनेटेड टेक्निक्स की हमें ज़रूरत है, ये सब चीज़ें देखना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी मैं समझती हूँ मैम. इसके अलावा हम अगर सैम्पल्स की बात करें, किस तरीके के सैम्पल्स आ रहे हैं, तो सैम्पल्स आइसोमर्स भी हो सकते हैं, आइसोटोपिक डिफरेंशिएशन भी हमें देखने को मिल सकता है, ज्योग्राफिकल प्रोफाइलिंग के लिए भी हमें हो सकता है आने वाले समय में ध्यान रखना पड़े जब हम क्राइम एग्जिबिट्स रिसीव करते हैं. ये सारी चीज़ों के लिए रेडी रहना अभी से आई थिंक सो ज़रूरी है. एटलीस्ट थोड़ा थोड़ा सा हमें इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए अपने आप को कि किस तरीके से, जैसे सुबह जयंत सर ने कोका बुश का कल्टीवेशन का जिक्र किया था अपने अभी लेटेस्ट जो उन्होंने डेटा प्रोड्यूस किया है उसमें, तो कोकेन तभी तो आ रहा है या कोई भी सिंथेसिस हो रहा है वो तभी आ रहा है जो कि प्लांट प्रोडक्शन से आ रहा है. तो कोका बुश का उन्होंने जिस तरीके से डेटाबेस दिखाया है वो इतना मतलब एग्रेसिवली इंक्रीज कर रहा है तो उसका जोग्राफिकल प्रोफाइलिंग आई थिंक इन फ्यूचर देखने को मिल सकता है, नीड हो सकती है। नॉर्मल कैनाबिस की बात कर लेंगे तो भी हाइड्रोपोनिकल कल्टीवेशन जो है बहुत ट्रेंड में है, और हमारा सेंटर रिसीव कर रहा है इस तरह के केसेस जो हाइड्रोपोनिकली ग्रोन होते हैं। रीज़न बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं, बट मैं बेसिक रीज़न बताना चाहूँगी। परसेंटेज प्यूरिटी, द प्रेजेंस ऑफ द पोटेंसी ऑफ डेल्टा THC इनसाइड दैट गांजा और एनी बाय प्रोडक्ट, एनी डेरिवेटिव फ्रॉम द कैनबिस सटाइवा। हमने थोड़ा सा काम उस पर किया है और हमें ये देखने को मिला है कि अप टू 40 to 60%, इवन 65% तक हाइक है उन सैंपल्स में जो कि हाइड्रोपोनिकली ग्रोन किए गए हैं डेल्टा THC का, एज कम्पेयर टू कन्वेंशनली ग्रोन कैनबिस। ये अभी हमारे लिए शायद नया है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे ये चीज़ें, क्योंकि ईजिली इंडोर कल्टीवेशन है, ईजिली ग्रोन कर सकता है कोई भी, तो लोगों को उनके लिए काफ़ी ईजी हो सकता है इस टेक्निक को अप्रोच करना। बट हमें इसके आई थिंक लीगल परव्यू भी सोचने चाहिए कि अगर जो पनिशमेंट है, कन्विक्शन है, वो सेम है कन्वेंशनली ग्रोन कैनबिस के लिए या THC के लिए हम बात करें, और इसी तरीके से हाइड्रोपोनिकली या एरोपोनिकली ग्रोन कल्टीवेशन कैनबिस या किसी भी प्लांट के लिए। तो हमें ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि क्या आने वाले टाइम पर हम देखेंगे कि जुडिशरी में या कन्विक्शंस में कुछ चेंजेस देखने को मिलते हैं, बिकॉज फेडरल लॉज के अंदर कन्विक्शंस अलग अलग हैं। परसेंट THC जो है वो डिफाइंड है, हालांकि हमारे IDPS एक्ट में अभी तक इस तरीके का कोई भी प्रोविजन नहीं देखने को मिलता है। तो यही कुछ चीज़ें हैं मैम जिनको हमें थोड़ा हाइफिनेटेड टेक्निक्स के बारे में भी सोच करके चलना पड़ेगा, जिस हिसाब से NPS, प्रिकर्सर्स, केमिकल प्रोफाइलिंग, केमिकल फिंगरप्रिंटिंग, ये सब चीज़ें ध्यान में रखनी पड़ेगी। उनका ऑर्गेनिक एनालिसिस, मतलब ऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड का प्रेजेंस, इनऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड का प्रेजेंस, चाहे हम एलिमेंटल एनालिसिस करना पड़े, वी हैव टू गो फॉर द ICP-MS और द फर्दर हाई रेजोल्यूशन टेक्निक्स और isotopic ratio, we have to consider all these aspects.
So what I could basically feel is like right now, whenever we get cannabis sample, we are just doing some color test and we are just reporting whether it is ganja or not, or microscopic examination. But in the future, definitely I think THC will be one of the major component which the government might say that you have to find it out how much is the THC content, because at many places the cannabis plant which is there, that is called as a hemp, and it is being commercialized. There are many, like it is being used as a jute plant, it is used as the medicinal purpose, it is being used. It is also being used for making of the beverages and all. So yes, in future, from the this challenge could be there, whereby we have to, we might have to face, or we might have to, we might get the samples in the laboratory where we have to calculate the percentage of the THC. Of course, at COE NDPS, we are still doing, we are working such kind of a research, we are doing it. We have tried to differentiate between hydroponic ganja and the conventional ganja. We have tried to differentiate the THC component, the cannabinoid, different cannabinoids which are there, their component differences. So we are also taking each case which we take. When I say that it's a challenge for me, that is, I'm working from a research point of view. I take a challenge for myself itself, that what new can we find it out in this, how we can go about it. Of course, for the matter of court reporting, it's minimum criteria, whatever is there, we report. But again, on that, we also see that what is the good research which we can do it. So I also request all the forensic science laboratories that whatever case testing you do, you can also take that as your research component, try to do something new in that, and if there is a finding out of that, you can also give such kind of a recommendations to MHA that these were your findings over a period of time. If you have analyzed 100 cases, okay, and say 100 exhibits from different areas, what were your findings? Did you find something new? So that is our basic responsibility, because nowadays there are many precursor chemicals which are not controlled in India, but they are controlled somewhere else. Okay, we are encountering them, we are facing problem with this. There is a problem of dual use precursor which is emerging. Of course, nobody is speaking about that. We do not have this platform, but yes, the problem of dual precursor is also there, which the government is very well aware of. And we are also encountering new psychoactive substances. So if any time you are finding such kind of a substances in your testing, then definitely you should make the recommendations to the government that you have found so and so in your scientific study. studies, and this is not being covered in the NDPS Act. So I think it was really, it was not a kind of discussion, but these were certain, kind of a suggestions, like what we are working as a center and how we are thinking in the future terms. Of course, academics point of view, if I see, artificial intelligence has ventured a lot, and now we are trying to work that how we can unite artificial intelligence. So that is another where a culmination of, say, cyber or digital forensics with narcotic forensics is required, whereby artificial intelligence can be used for the dark net or dark web investigations. We can help them out. So these are some future things which we are working as a center. But yes, whatever are our conventional problems as a forensic science laboratory, as an investigator, or as the judiciary, we all have to come at one point, and that was this event was all about. That is, say yes to life and say no to drugs. So at the end, we all are saying we all want to see that there should be more cases whereby more people are caught, more convictions are there, more people are punished. But that is not all. We also have to see that our generations are free of drugs, and we have to spread more awareness regarding how they should be aware that what they should say, no, we are not going to use this, we are not going to consume this. Thank you so much, one and all, for your patience hearing, and it was a pleasure having you all in our campus. We hope that you had a good brainstorming sessions, and you have come to know certain things in this university, and we will further continue our collaborations. Whatever your suggestions are there, you can give in the feedback form. Yes, ma'am.
Before we wind up, I have given too many suggestions, but then still I don't mind giving. This is when we talk of accreditation, it's good that we are accredited. Getting accreditation is one aspect, sustaining it for long is another aspect.
Exactly.
Because lot of
so that is what we need to have a competent staff. We need to see that we are proficient. So that is what quality management will teach you.
Another aspect is now academies like this, universities like this should also go a step ahead, and then they should also train masters of master, that is trainers of training, that is create assessors also. Our own in-house assessors, you should strive hard, and then train a group of people and then have our own assessors. Before we go for a third party, the institution should also have in-house assessors.
Yes, ma'am. So in the future, we are going to start such kind of programs that is trained for the trainers, for the investigating agencies separately, and for the forensic science laboratories separately. Whatever instruments which we have got, high-end instruments like LCMS or LCMS-MS, these instruments we will be calling for the training. We will be inviting the nominations, and probably that is how we can strengthen our labs and investigating agencies.
मैडम, फॉरेंसिक लैबोरेटरीज जो है ना अपनी बेसिक चीज़ों से जूझते रहती है. लाइक हमने सैम्पलिंग का बताया कि सैम्पलिंग ऐसे करना है. अब क्या है, जो टैबलेट्स की जो सैम्पलिंग है जो एनडीपीएस में आ रही हैं, वो जुडिशरी सैम्पलिंग करवा रही है. अब जुडिशरी को ये नहीं पता कि एक स्ट्रिप में कितने होते हैं. लाइक या तो स्पाज्मोप्रोक्सिवन प्लस टैबलेट है तो 8 कैप्सूल्स होंगे, अल्प्राजोलम में तो 10 और 15 होगा, नाइट्रोजोपाम में तो 10 होगा स्ट्रिप में. बट वो काउंट करते हैं एक स्ट्रिप के साथ में जो अटैच जो रहते हैं, या तो 8 रहती हैं, नॉर्मली 8 रहते हैं, उसको एक पत्ते को एक स्ट्रिप कह रहे हैं और उसे सैम्पलिंग वैसा ही कर रहे हैं. तो हमारे पास जो सैंपल आते हैं वो कंप्लीट आए, लाइक 80 टैबलेट्स आएंगे तो उसकी पूरी की एनालिसिस करनी पड़ेगी. लाइक बैच नंबर सेम है तो सैम्पलिंग हमको रैंडम ही करनी होंगे. यदि 100 से ज़्यादा है तो सेम बैचेस है तो सैम्पलिंग एक ही होनी चाहिए, वो नहीं होता है. तो प्रोसीजर्स करेक्ट पता नहीं है. लाइक 72 आवर्स में हमको सबमिट करना है, एफएसएल में जमा करना है, ये है. उनको ये पता है कि 72, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि 72 आवर्स में यदि 3 दिन छुट्टी रहती है तो उसके बाद ही जमा होगा. तो जो लैक ऑफ नॉलेज है, जैसे आप अभी सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस की बात हो रही है, आप उन स्टैंडर्ड्स को मीट कर रही हैं जो ग्लोबली एक्सेप्टेड है. हम उन चीज़ों से अभी जूझ रहे हैं जो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है. तो आपकी जो चीज़ें हैं एटलीस्ट हम तक पहुँचे कि आप क्या क्या उसमें एक्सेलेंस का काम कर रही हैं, वो हमसे शेयर हो, और हमको जब वक्त मिले तो उन चीज़ों को हम अप्रोच करें और उस तरीके की चीज़ों को अपन अप्लाई कर सके अपने फॉरेंसिक लैब पे।
यस सर, इसमें मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि ऐसा नहीं कि हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं है, हम सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस है तो हमारी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। जो प्रॉब्लम आप फेस कर रहे हैं वही प्रॉब्लम हम फेस कर रहे हैं, पर हर प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन होता है। तो हमें ये देखना है कि हम प्रॉब्लम की तरफ नहीं देखें, हम
शेयरिंग पे जा रहे हैं,
हम सोल्यूशन की तरफ देखें।
करेक्ट।
तो आपको अगर इस तरह की कोई डिफिकल्टी आ रही है तो आप इंटरेक्ट कर सकते हैं, और फिर आपके एरिया में जो लोग हैं जो आते हैं आपके पास, टाइम टू टाइम आप उनके लिए अवेयरनेस सेशन रख सकते हैं। अभी तो मतलब ऐसा भी हो चुका है कि अगर कोई स्टाफ नहीं भी जा पा रहा है तो ऑनलाइन वेबिनार भी कर दिया। तो उस तरह से हमें प्रोविजंस करने पड़ेंगे टाइम को देखते हुए, है ना। कुछ पॉइंट्स हमारे डिप्टी डायरेक्टर सर भी बोलना चाहेंगे। डॉक्टर अजय,
ये एक फोरम बने, हमेशा ही सस्टेन करे वो फोरम, लाइक जैसे मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स।
we will make one जैसे साइंटिफिक वर्किंग ग्रुप अब्रॉड में है, ड्रग है, वैसे ही हम सोच रहे हैं कि एक साइंटिफिक वर्किंग ग्रुप नार्कोटिक ड्रग्स का स्पेशली हम इंडिया में बनाए।
बिल्कुल।
और हम ये भी चाहते हैं कि जो डाटाबेस हम बना रहे हैं एनडीपीएस के लिए, हमारे पास जो सीआरएम है, हम क्वांटिटेटिव भी कर रहे हैं, तो फ्यूचर में हम ऐसा प्रोविजन करना चाहेंगे कि जो बाकी की लैब्स के पास फैसिलिटी नहीं है तो हम उनके साथ वो डाटाबेस कैसे शेयर करें।
यही मैं चाह रहा हूँ मैडम, क्योंकि आप उस पे क्वांटिटेटिव वर्क पे आप अभी फोकस्ड हैं, क्योंकि फ्यूचर अपकमिंग वही रिक्वायरमेंट है। हम अभी सिर्फ क्वालिटेटिव एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं, क्वांटिटेटिव कर ही नहीं पा रहे हैं, जबकि फ्यूचर की रिक्वायरमेंट वही है, आपको क्वांटिटेटिव करके देना पड़ेगा। जुडिशरी वो आपसे एक्सपेक्ट वही करेगी। आप जो जियोग्राफी उसकी बात कर रहे हैं वो हमको भी बताना पड़ेगा। अभी आप केवल बता पा रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद हमको भी वही चीज बतानी पड़ेंगे। तो इसीलिए आप जो वर्क कर रहे हैं, जो इनोवेशंस हो रहे हैं, या वहाँ पे जो भी रिसर्च में आ रहे हैं, वो चीज़ हम तक भी शेयर होना चाहिए। इसलिए एक फोरम बनना चाहिए, और उस फोरम में वो चीज़ शेयरिंग रहेगी तो हमें भी पता होगा कि हाँ अब इसमें क्या क्या चीज़ें हो चुकी हैं और उसको हमको अडॉप्ट करना है।
श्योर सर, पॉइंट यही है सर, एज मोर वी विल कोलैबोरेट एंड कोऑर्डिनेट, इंटीग्रेटेड एफर्ट जितने होंगे सर, देखिए अभी यू ऑल हैव कम फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द कंट्री, जितने ज़्यादा लोग होंगे, एंड व्हेन वी विल स्पीक इन द सेम वॉइस, एंड व्हेन वी विल इन अ पोजीशन कि हमारा कुछ एनफोर्समेंट रूल्स इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होगा, देन डेफिनेटली द थिंग्स विल बी बेटर। और जो भी डिफिकल्टीज होंगी, मैडम एज ऑलरेडी से ऑलवेज देयर इज ए व्हेन देयर इज अ विश देयर इज अ वे, सो वी कैन।
जुडिशरी भी इन्वॉल्व हो मैडम इसमें, जुडिशरी भी।
Sir, here at NFSU we have training and skill school, so which looks after the training. So different law enforcement agency officers, so whether it is BSF, CISF, whether it is police, whether they are from army, navy, whatever category they are, whichever field they are working, whoever is related to any kind of investigation, they all are being trained. Even judiciary people, in fact from the last 2 months back from Nepal, there was a judicial academy people who have come, who were probationers. They have come for initial training on explosives as well as on narcotic drugs. So here we are getting trained. So the same message you also have to go and you have to give, that these kind of training is being provided. I know it's very difficult when we all are working together. It's not possible that me, Dr. Ajay, Dr. Disha or Dr. Shreya, we all can go at some places, but one by one we can go. We also have so much of webinars, so we can also encourage our staff to undergo. It's like more of a ethical consideration at our end and more of a self-discipline approach at our end. We should give target to ourselves कि आज मुझे ऐसा करना है, मुझे आज ऐसा लैब में रहना है. So that is how we have to lead our juniors who are there or the staff who are there.
और वैसे ही जैसे अपन इंस्ट्रूमेंट जो होता है, इंस्ट्रूमेंट की परचेसिंग करते हैं, तो स्पेसिफिकेशन कैसा होना चाहिए, साथ में ही कौन से मीन्स जो ब्रांड है या कौन सी कंपनी है उसके रिजल्ट्स अच्छे हैं। तो लाइक आपने यदि इंस्ट्रूमेंट कोई परचेस हुआ है, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम्स हैं या कोई परेशानियां हैं, तो एटलीस्ट हम तक शेयर हो।
That is very easy. See, once you are going for a purchase, first you find it out who are the different vendors who are providing this. That is very easy. Call them to your.
बट वो शेयर नहीं होती है, मैं वही बता रहा हूँ। जितने भी ये वेंडर्स बताते हैं कि हमारे ये वेंडर्स मतलब हमारे क्लाइंट्स है, हमने इनको
No, not like that. What I am saying, you can do exercise at your own end. You first identify the vendors, you call them, you speak to them, you tell them what is your requirement. According to that, they will give some specifications or they will help you to know that what kind of specification can be there. You can ask for the demo of the instrument. Let them show the instrument.
अब तो हम डेमो ले रहे हैं मैडम, मतलब परचेस करने के पहले हम डेमो ले रहे हैं कि भाई हमारा पर्टिकुलर सैंपल है, उसके एनालिसिस करना है करके।
Sir, we are having center visit. That time we can discuss.
We can have a discussion over there. You can see the instrument and then you can know that how basically the approach has to be there for when we are going for the specification framing. So thank you all. Thank you very much for such an interactive session.
Thank you, panel. It was a valuable session indeed. Thank you, Astha ma'am, for being a constant pillar to our growth and an impeccable member of this institution. And special thanks to Ajay Soni sir for ensuring the smooth functioning of this entire event. And on a concluding note, I'd like to thank all of you for making this happen. In the end, wishing you all a wonderful life. Nashe ko chodo, rishte jodo. Jai Hind.